Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville, and we're gonna stick with the wintry theme. We got one more troll to do. Here's the troll we did last night. We got hammer trolls right here. Now this one, maybe his little implement is not made out of ice, maybe not, but we just said this one was. We had some fun with that. Hey, Armored Wolf. Boy, those labels really are looking fantastic, and I'm telling you, those instructions. Wouldn't it be nice if some other entities might have instructions on their stuff too? It would be really helpful for those of us that look at it and go, "Yeah, I'm not sure how this even works." So that think that's a really good idea. We're gonna be doing the same thing on the snow, like we've done on all the other ones. We're gonna be doing the same thing with the ice shards on his back. So this again was yesterday. This was last Friday. We did another one on Thursday. So yeah, basically in 1 week's time, we'll have 4 of these guys knocked out. Hey, Valfera, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Should I even ask? Should I even ask? I don't know. I, I'm worried about asking, right? Because anytime I ask, it's like a jinx. It's like you were jinxed in advance because I was going to ask, but hopefully your Friday has had no Monday to it whatsoever. Now, over here on the palette, hopefully there's no Monday over here on the palette either. What there is a bunch of radiance. We got the turquoise blue, no radiant lemon out there. Just kind of forgot to put it out there. We got the violet, we got the magenta, we got the green. I mean, those are the ones we used more of anyway. We got brilliant yellow pale out there, so do we really need it? We do have our Egyptian violet sitting over there, of course. We also have our indigo, our black spinel, our Van Dyke brown. Get a little bit of the brown matter over here, Prussian blue there, pearly black in its usual spot there. And should we need it, we got a little bit of the Indian yellow. Some white over here in the corner. And like we've talked about before, I'm just going to throw a couple of drops of thinner over there. So, oh, and Terra Rosa, Fanchon Red-ish, like if we ever... I think we used a little bit of our Terra Rosa in things like the leather goods there and in some of the metals too. So we'll start off first with our pre-glaze, and of course we're going to be doing more of the Van Dyke brown and probably indigo mix here on the rocks. Then we'll get into the Egyptian violet slash indigo pre-glaze here on the skin, emphasis on the blues out here, violets in here. I mean, it's all straightforward. Up here, as we welcome in Landdressed and Hobbles, how you guys doing? The Salo green, the Prussian blue mix, right, for those ice shards there. So again, from Archvillain now, we do actually have for tomorrow, right here from Kurzlook. Oh, and by the way, he's doing a Balrog, and he might be sending me that file early to mess with. So these are pretty much your Rivendell Guard or Rivendell Knights here. So we'll be working with these. Tomorrow we've got some cavalry. We even got ourselves an Elrond right there just for giggles right there. We got some archer dudes here. Might do these with the true metallic metals. I was originally wasn't going to do that, but somehow I'm thinking that I am. So Valferi, yeah, you didn't get to see last night. I was actually thinking about doing those elves more like this, with this sort of violet color on the robes, and I'm probably not a phoenix on the robes because, well, we'll see how that goes. Also, hey Thranuel, how you doing? There we go. Nope, that's not the one. That is not the one. This is the other one. There we go. It's like steampunk. That's not the one. So these just came in the mail today. Now, as soon as my extra firm gray Sculpey shows up, we will do vids on these two guys. I'm sure we got some miniatures that are going to work with these things here. Let me just pop this thing out here. Really hard to open those up the first time. It's weird because it kind of looks like Eldar. Armored Wolf and I were talking about this thing. It's definitely quite Eldar, but they already have an Eldar roller. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we're going to use that one on. Not quite sure yet. Not quite sure. Hey, Wicked Elf, how you doing? Yeah, Wicked Elf, well, geez, sorry if I didn't. I thought I already sent you a message saying that they are here. Actually, they might be in this very room somewhere, just to make sure they don't get lost or anything. But Wicked Elf, thanks so much for that. The folks in the class are really excited about that. Hey, Dano, how you doing? And if everyone could please give Wicked Elf a follow. How the heck are you doing? Please give Wicked Elf a follow, because Wicked Elf makes, and I'm sure there's going to be just a huge surprise. Oh, look at this. Wicked Elf Miniatures makes all the fantastic vellum products, not just the jungle plants. So many other, and really looking forward to trying out the bamboo. Wicked Elf. Oh, the bamboo should be amazing. Nessie, how the heck are you doing? Thank you so much for that. So, you know what? We deserve one of these, because Nessie was so kind and generous as to provide that sub. Thank you so much. So Nessie, boy oh boy, this 3D printing stuff is insane, right? This is one piece. Seriously, I'm not kidding. That's one piece right there. That whole, well, so is this guy here. And where's Mr. Walrus? This one. So look at this. That is one stinking piece. Is this crazy or is this crazy? This is insane, right? One stinking piece. I mean, I'm really glad. And I'm not going to complain. It's like, wow. And then, of course, this guy, too. Here's another one of our trolls. Look at that. Big old troll right there. And there is your discount as well. Is that the 15% off, right? Using the Wappelius name. Yep, Nessie, all on the 3D printer. And, of course, well, here's our latest series from Archvillain, all done with the 3D printer. And I'm sure you saw this, right? Was the 3D printed Diwali figure, only making it bigger. Right, something like that. And then, of course, oh, there's the Troll King. That's also part of this release. And Nessie, you saw me painting one of the Macho Riders, didn't you? We've done 4 of those. Really incredible. And, of course, Nessie, well, you saw, oh, man, I don't know. Did you see the new, speaking of the new fleet, I think you've seen the new elf fleet, right, from Armada. So yeah, this has been really fun. We're almost done with the fleet. There's just a couple of small ships and one medium size, and that's it. Hey, Happy Heretic, how the heck are you doing? Happy Friday, and at Deck Night, happy Friday to you too. Happy Friday to you as well. Again, nothing super complicated, right? Down here, the Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of Black Spinel, the Indigo. Then on the outer thing is not so much his face, but especially on the arms and legs, more the indigo. And here, more of the Egyptian violet. Then back here is that phthalo green Prussian blue mix, right? And then we go back in with all of our radiant colors. Oh, Nessie, well, yeah, well, just it always reminds me of Payne's Gray, but somewhere. Oh, look at this! Look at this! So this is a different indigo, and we're being sent in Danthrone Blue. Grim is sending that this way, so a couple of other possible indigo types, you know, that could be interesting to see. The Hobbles, yeah, we've done most of a fleet now. I think we've done, what, 4 of those? We're going to go back to the Twilight Kin possibly on Monday, just because I've got 3 more ships that I can work on there. Sold the Green Dragon. Oh, that's good. Yeah, maybe next time you'll be able to bring in a little bit more coin for something like that. At least hopefully, right? All right, let's get down to the base here. It's going to be keeping it simple. So Nessie, actually, if you wanted to share any of your Instagram stuff there, I know you've been working on a few things. And did you do LVO, Nessie? Oh, I'm sorry if I forgot, because I only saw a few posts from LVO. Didn't see that many. We talked to Drax. I knew he was going, but I think I don't know if you actually went to LVO or not. I'm sorry if I'm spacing on that right now. Sorry if I'm spacing on that. Now again, oh Dano, the Kurzlik guy. I showed him that I was going to work on his stuff. Well, he's got a Balrog that he's working on, and apparently some other Moria heroes. So I guess kind of like a Durbers maybe and that sort of thing. Oh, you did. Oh, Captain Con. That's right. Okay, Nessie. So I was half right. I saw a picture of you at a convention. It was just a different convention. All right, 'cause that actually makes me feel better that I just got the convention wrong, but that I did see you at a convention. Because I was thinking, wait a minute, I could swear I saw you at a convention. I hope that was fun. I hope that was very fun. Oh, and yeah, and Nessie, I think that's. I could swear that there was a couple of pictures of the Lord of the Rings activity there at Captain Con, right? Captain Con, and didn't you have some? Now I don't know if you tagged me in it just to say, hey, look what's going on here, Lord of the Rings happening here, just as a little bit of a jest right there. Let's see. So definitely don't wish Valfera good luck so that he gets out of the dungeon. Yeah, Valfera. Oof. So, well, Valfera. Now, what is that like? If you don't have enemies, who needs friends or something like that? It's like if I try to play the Oppo game, right? Like say, oh, I hope everything maybe doesn't go well. I want that to like to get cranked up, right? So I will just say nothing. I will just say nothing. We'll leave that alone. Yeah, Nessie. Actually, I could swear. Oh, Nessie, I think maybe. Am I wrong that that maybe was at. Oh, what's the one that was in October? It's in Washington, D.C. or something like that. What the heck is that one called? Nova Open, maybe? Maybe that's the same folks because I could swear I saw one of those tables before, or a couple of those. And there we go. There we go. So Nessie's got some Instagram pics out there, so definitely go check out those. Hey, Crazy Wolf, nice to see you. So again, we've got our miniatures pretty much ready to go for tomorrow. The question is going to be, are we gonna do the true metallic metal stuff? Because it's been a while since we've done that, and again, it wasn't what I was originally wanting to do on those guys, but I mean, they're 3D printed, right? I can print up more if I want them to have just the regular non-metallic metal. So we can always print up more. That's not a big deal. So I might just do that with the metallic stuff because, I don't know, geez, Landress, when's the last time I had a chance to do that? It's been, gosh, did we do any of that in November? Gosh, it might have been all the way back in October before all the craziness started. Thranduil, I don't think so. I'm trying to think way back in the day. Did I paint any Tyranids? I don't think so. Now, I'm guessing there's probably some 3D printable NIDs out there somewhere. The oils would be fantastic for it because, I mean, come on, is painting the NIDs really all that much different than some of the Lizard Man stuff that we've done, right? What was our crazy Mears miniatures lizards? Yeah, like crazy stuff like that with the oils. You want to do wild color schemes on Tyranids, the oils would probably be a massive advantage. I mean, think about it, Thranduil. All of the organic shapes and color transitions you might want to do would be a heck of a lot easier with the oils on the NIDs. So, I mean, if I can find some on my own, or if someone can say, hey, look over here on this Thingiverse, My Mini Factory, or, oh gosh, what's the other one? The newer one that I just kind of jumped onto. Gosh, I can't. Cult of Print or something like that. Is that the new one that I just jumped onto? Or well, not a new. It's not like it's a Patreon thing. All right, I think we're almost good to go here on. Yeah, let's start getting some of our makeup sponges here. Hey, Frayed Brush, how you doing? How the heck are you doing? Now, of course, Velfira, we're gonna be using a lot of your sponges tomorrow probably because we got all those figures, right? I think I got 5 cav and 5 infantry, and we'll see what happens with 5 cav and 5 infantry in one episode. So frayed brush, I think didn't I show? I think I showed you last night. Right, so these are the boards that, oh, look at this, look at that, look at that, that's all for Nessie right there, that's all for Nessie. So these crescent illustration boards right here, they're 5x7, I just got these off of Dick Blick. So yeah, wow, look, you can just see, look at how far the white travels over this way. This is why you don't see the Payne's Gray so much anymore. All right, let's get to our wiping this stuff away here, and then we'll get into the indigo. We'll wipe that away. Then we'll do the then we'll do our violet next. We'll do the Egyptian violet. Then we'll get into our Prussian blue / phthalo green stuff. Free. Oh, geez, you got a pack of 40 on the way. Wow, that's really cool. I think I only got those in packages of 20, maybe. Now, hopefully you didn't hear that too much. Hey, JP, how you doing? Oh, Cult 3D. Thanks, thanks, Dano. There is something called Cult of Paint. I'm not sure why I got those mixed up, but probably the lack of sleep for sure. So sorry if there was a loud sound in your ear right there. I was hoping that maybe just by covering that with my hand, because that just kind of came out of nowhere. All right, that's good enough. Good enough. Let's, heck, I'm just going to watch this one, use this one again here. 1 second, let me just move that brush out of the way, because I'm going to get into, again, the indigo first. Start with there. So thanks for that frayed brush. Where's my indigo? There's my indigo. So Nessie, we could be trying, who knows, Nessie, this indigo might, it may or may not get supplanted by another indigo. Who knows? Yeah, everything is transient on the palette, right? What was a favorite one day is shunned the next. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So sorry if there was a loud sound there. I thought I had it covered up with my hand at least somewhat. Again, there was no time to hit any kind of button for that because the cord on this ancient microphone thing is so bad and so hideous. I couldn't even find the mute button on there. So I do apologize if we blew somebody's head off. I cannot confirm nor deny that might have been a secret hidden goal or anything like that. Here, let's go back to our indigo here. Maybe a little bit on his face, just to get some in there. It'll mix with the Egyptian violet anyways. Who the heck cares? Nice and neat here. Look at the precision on this. Right, look at the precision right here. Sarge appreciates the precision. That's why he just threw some shamrocks to make a shamrock shake. Right there. Yes, indeed. Which means, of course, along comes guys like, me Lucky Charms! Me Lucky Charms! It's like, dude, man, wrong kind of magic there. He's like, oh, so a wizard can't have Lucky Charms, huh? It's like, well, I don't know. Given that your luck in Middle Earth, you might need those, so help yourself. So thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. And of course, Sarge, I'm sure you're in the middle of your 6-day, well, not in the middle of, but you got your 6 days going on here, which means I'm guessing that tomorrow is probably not a Sarge day. Sunday will be the next Sarge day. All right, there's our indigo. I'll wipe some of that off now. And then we'll get to our Egyptian violet, and we'll wipe that off. And then we'll get to the stuff up here on the ice shards and wipe that off too. Thanks, sir. I mean, this right here, I mean, right, this highly detailed equipment, right? I mean, you don't get much more, I mean, precision tools. This is like laser guided brushes and stuff right here. I mean, every last micronometer. And thank you so much, Frayed Brush. We'll gather up some more Lucky Charms. Thank you so much, Frayed Brush. I appreciate that.
So say we all.
Well, Sarge, well, tomorrow could be another one of those 10-hour streams, so I don't know.
So say we all.
There might be a portion of that maybe where we're keeping you company at work or something like that in the break, if you're taking your break or something like that, or if you have us on surreptitiously in the background, Hobbit style or something like that, because again, these are from Kurzlook, and we've got these ready to go. So there's a bunch of the elf guys right there. These were the ones that we painted last Saturday, right? All those Khazad-dûm dwarves. Khazad-dûm dwarves, but we might be going back to some of our, and I really think it'll be fun to go back to some of the true metallic metals. So that's what's kind of on tap for tomorrow there, Sarge, is maybe some true metallic metals. And Frayed Brush, thank you so much for the gift subs there. That actually, it's really good timing. It's really good timing because uh, Twitch has some really weird math about everything, pretty much. Your numbers are weird math. All your analytics are really fuzzy math. We'll call it that way, fuzzy math. And it's much appreciated, especially right around this time of the month there. So thank you so much. It's going to actually really critically make a big difference. So I thank you very much for that generosity. Now, thanks, Frayed Brush. Yeah, you'll look, and now, of course, I know they don't count raids and all that kind of stuff, but you'll just look at your number and you'll think, wait a minute, how in the world did that happen? Then you look at your subs and other things and you're like, wait a minute, why did this suddenly change so dramatically? It's really, really weird. I mean, obviously they just kind of count things that they like that is going to work in their favor and totally against you, but hey, it's here, right? At least there is something like Twitch, which, a couple of years ago, it's still hard to believe we haven't actually been streaming for 2 years yet. Believe it or not, it hasn't been 2 years yet. It's darn close. Our official stream anniversary will be in April, but I think the first test stream was in March of 2020. All right, Sarge, see you in a bit. So I'm gonna try anyways to start at 4:30 again on Saturday, and that way we can do a decent stream, long stream without without me being up till I would be up till 4, 5, 6:30 in the morning anyways. That's pretty much every day now, but not streaming till then because that's a little bit rougher right there. So again, we could see the violet in there. Oh, Happy Heretic, I'm glad that blew up for you there. If you want to put a link to it in the chat, that's cool. All right, we got another one of our, look at this, look at that, one of the old style, Nessie. Look at this old style craft brush there. Ooh, actually a little bit of news on that, Nessie. Now, of course, those brushes could take a while to get here because they're coming from Australia. But there is an Australia. Oh, Dano, I'm sorry, I forgot to look at. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Here, I'm gonna try and scroll all the way up to this the first message here if I can. So it's Chronicle Cards Shop. Those were the folks that approached me about brushes. I don't know if that's familiar to you at all, Dano. Chronicle Cards Shop. Not sure if that's familiar to you, but they have some kind of wolf bristle brushes or something like that. So yeah, and there might be some. They said they might make custom brushes for us, so we'll see if that actually happens, of course. So Nessie, I think you've seen where the heck did they go? You've seen me using these, right? The Princetons. I actually did get some more of the Princeton Filbert brushes. Of course, we've suddenly lost track there. Is that them over there? Nope, that's not them over there. Here they are. So I did get some new ones of the Princeton Filbert brushes because these are actually really nice. Only around $5 or so, man, $5.50, something like that. Okay. Yeah, Dano. Of course, it started out about, it would be great for some of you guys not to get just absolutely bamboozled by all the extra costs and stuff, or just we can't ship here, period. But of course, oh, and I guess they're from Brisbane. Uh, because of course we immediately started talking about the lions and the doggies and everything else. So I think maybe Brisbane is where they're from. So uh, that could be interesting for sure. Let's see, and of course, so Frayed Brush, if you wanted to toss a link to your YouTube channel there into the chat so that people can give you some subs and other such things. Now, one thing I will suggest, and I spent at least a year and a half watching various kind of YouTube training style videos from folks that's kind of what their channels are all about. Thumbnails are really important. I mean, massively important. You have to do thumbnails. I do them here on the Twitch channel. No one else did, but I do thumbnails on the Twitch channel. That's something you might want to think about doing. I mean, like, very seriously think about doing thumbnails, like really high grade thumbnails for your stuff. Your tags are going to be very important. There's a lot of those little stupid things that you would be surprised at the difference that they make. No, yeah, Dano, no problem. I understand. I'm just very much distracted here too. There was a ton, of course, huge surprise. There was a ton of messages right before I wanted to start streaming. Look at that. Look at the staining power of the Prussian blue and the phthalo green there. Leave it to the Prussians. Leave it to those darn Prussians. Nessie, do you have any big projects that you're looking to finish for Adepticon, whether it's for a special event, a tournament, or anything like that? And I guess, would you be bringing your Song of Ice and Fire stuff? Because I do believe there is a Song of Ice and Fire tournament at Adepticon. And I know you have one or two armies of Song of Ice and Fire. You might have one or two. So you got some options there. Of course, bringing them on the plane reduces those options. But all right, there's the last of our removal of stuff. So there he is. You can see it's pretty well set. And there you go. That's 28 minutes in, right? Oh, Dano, geez, I don't think you have that posted to Instagram or anything like that. But Dano, that was really looking sensational. Yeah, that was. I mean, it really looks like you actually sculpted that from clay. It does not look like a digital sculpt. It looks almost like you brought out some Sculpey or something like that and sculpted it that way. So I mean, if you have any, if you can post maybe pics of that in the Discord or something, and then show people links to it, that's really sensational stuff. You really did fantastic on that. Oh, just to bring the Starks, just to show some fully painted stuff. Ah, but you're driving. Okay. Nessie, is that about 15-ish hours, 15, 16 hours or something like that, maybe? I think that's what it is, somewhere in that range. Of course, it depends on how fast you want to go, of course, as always. Just how fast you want to be taking that trip on. Well, actually, I'm kind of glad that you're driving and not dealing with all the flying stuff. Ah, so 12. Okay, that's good. And you could potentially split that up. Sounds good that you can split that up. 6 or 7 for one person. That sounds good. A nice way to go. All right. Well, the chains are all done the same again. These are from Archvillain right here. Let's see. Oh, Astrovox. Yeah, actually, I haven't seen Astrovox in the chat in a while. Has anyone seen Astrovox in a while? I think it's been, I don't think this week, right, Astrovox? Maybe he was lurking, but I don't remember seeing Astrovox in the chat. Look at all that dark color on the end of that brush there. Holy smokes. So he's playing War Machine, and it's his first Adepticon. First Adepticon. Well, Nessie, we have the, I don't know if you saw these. Valfera found me a nice link to look at this. Look at this. So there might be, we might perhaps be using these guys instead of the dropper battles at Adepticon. One never knows. One never knows. Nessie, I think I might do that, especially for the metallics, because I want to obviously switch that from the acrylics to the oils. It's going to be like a cheeky way of sneaking in another oils class because they wanted us to keep everything the same as last year. So won't people be surprised when they go into that class and they're working with oil paints? Again, I cannot confirm nor deny there is a certain sadistic pleasure in that. But again, you know, dogs like their chew toys, and I mean, ripping out that squeaker is always the most fun of any chew toy, and I think people walking in there and suddenly finding that they're in an oil painting class is that's like the painting class version of ripping out the squeaker right there. That might be the equivalent of what, you've never swum before? Here, I'll just chuck you into Lake Michigan. Maybe in winter, because, you know, that should work out really well. Now, you can see what's happening. You can see the Egyptian violet and the indigo mixing in. That's your pre-glaze being put to work. Why not put that pre-glaze to work? Have that do the work for you instead of you having to do all of that silly work. Why have to do all that yourself when the oils can do it for you? Now, hey Dio, how the heck are you doing? So Dio, there's it's however many Mantic has, pretty much, or however many Mantic sends this way. They're just sending us here, or sending them to us here to do some streaming on them and do some videos. And of course, well, you saw we're almost done with this fleet. We've got 2 of the little tiny ships. Let me see if I can dig one out here. We got a couple of the tiny little stands. Yeah, here that's the same elves right there. But we also have, we still have a decent amount of the Twilight kin to do. And I guess they have another new fleet with the Lizardmen that's coming. So here is another box of the Twilight kin. So we'll be doing these 3 ships most likely. Hey, Frida Kern, how you doing? So yeah, that's something I was thinking of doing, is just throwing everybody a curveball that walks in there. It's like, oh, you didn't realize this was going to be an oil class, did you? Surprise! Yeah, surprise to all of you. Your souls are now mine. Oh, look at that! Look at how that just mixes right into that Egyptian violet. Didn't even have to do anything else. I'm literally just taking that same stinking color and just dry brushing action over the top of it. I will start to switch over here though to some of the, I almost called it Egyptian violet, but that is the radiant violet there. Maybe let a little bit of the Egyptian violet work its way in there. So Dio, I mean, we've got this is just a tiny sampling right here. I've got, what is there, 3, 6, 8 ships on there. I think we've got about 3 times that many ships at least at this point. And of course, we've got a decent-sized Basilean fleet. I got to get caught up on the orc ships here. I've only got a few of those, so we'll get caught up on the orcs. We only basically have the starter box and then the Ripper Hulk. I think that's what they call that one. Now the salamanders, aka the lizardmen, they've got a fleet that's coming up. Oh, there's also a dwarf fleet. I don't have those. There's also airships apparently. Yeah, apparently there's some airships too. Again, we're just letting this all do its own blending and mixing because that is just so much easier. Might even let some of that get down there too. Yeah, Happy Heretic, I was really surprised. I mean, there's a few, you can tell that they're also getting a little bit better maybe with each permutation. Nessie, wasn't that what happened with the Song of Ice and Fire stuff? I think they're redoing a lot of the Lannisters, aren't they, Nessie? Maybe some of the Starks too, from the starter set anyways, because I mean, I don't know if the technology's gotten better, but they've certainly, Big Child Creatives has worked hard, and I think they're doing some really good stuff there. And of course, I mean, that's really not that big a deal. Actually, the WizKids folks, they just sent a surprisingly large box of the new, what do they call it? Frameworks? Yeah, frameworks. So that's the new WizKid stuff that's actually on sprues as opposed to the Bones figures or whatever. So I'm going to people have always wanted to see assembly videos. So I don't know, maybe I'll do an assembly video on those. I'll have to see if I can remember how to assemble plastic miniatures because, again, one piece. Seriously, one piece. One piece. Not kidding. Where's our other one piece? Here, this walrus. That is one piece. Print him up, take off the supports, file a few support knobs, paint. Done. That's what I call assembly right there. It's pre-assembled by somebody else who is not me. We are going to welcome in the Joy of Painting Minis. Joy of Painting Minis, how the heck are you doing? And as always, if folks could please give Joy of Painting Minis a follow, that would be sensational. So Joy of Painting Minis, will you be streaming later tonight or would it be Saturday night in the late night hours that you would be doing your stream? Either way, if you're going to be streaming tonight, tomorrow night, just let folks know so that they can follow you and be ready. Be ready to have that notification plop onto their phones. Get the new Starks so you can paint those up again. So Nessie, what did they redo on the Lannisters? I guess the halberds and the swordsmen, were they Lannister Guard or something like that? I'm guessing it was just like the basic line troops pretty much is what they're redoing. Or are they also redoing the NCUs? Again, I'm completely out of the loop on all things Cool Mini, especially all things Song of Ice and Fire. So we'll rely on Nessie for all of our information here. Again, we're just starting to lighten up some of these shards. We're gonna backfill some of those. But for right now, I just want to find out what the heck the shapes are here. Just want to see what shapes these might be, and then we'll move on from there. So they did do some NCUs. Oh, they did the Mountainsmen too? Well, Nessie, you know that my halberds were pretty much the favorites. Oh, actually, Nessie, the newest army painting series, I just started that. It is basically Empire Cavalry, except it is 100% Sky Earth non-metallic metal. Armored horses, fully armored knights, everything covered in plate armor. The horsies, the dudes, everything. It's gonna be like the halberds, but more so, right? Because even the horsies are fully armored. And of course, we'll try and print out the. Actually, Dano, do you think I'm just better off waiting for the the large format printer to be ready to go to print the steam tank from Highland Miniatures, or should I try and print that out on the Sonic Mini 4K? All right, so again, that was a mix of the Radiant Turquoise, also a smidge of the, well, a little bit of the Radiant Green too. Not much, just a little bit. Let's hit these stupid icicles here. We'll have to throw again, or we're going to be taking our crushed glass snow effect now available from, or no, sorry, our heavy gloss gel, but the crushed glass snow now available from Armored Wolf. Packaging has been getting figured out, and you're really going to love that stuff. Oh, more icicles over there. Good enough for now. What I'll do is, let's get down into here. Again, the Radiant Turquoise, just a little bit of that, more of the indigo into that. We will thin it down a little bit just to get some easier coverage here. Thinning that down. Let's get this placed here as it is. You need to set up the big one, which means potentially fails and loss of resin. Yeah, Dano, I think Grim might have had some settings. I'll have to double check because obviously we message a lot, just like you and me, right? It's like you sent me a message 2 weeks ago or something. Yeah, good luck me finding that. Might as well just resend it again. So I think Grim might have sent me some settings on that. There's a couple of other folks that also I think have the Mono X. So Joy of Painting Minis is going to do a 40-hour stream. I wish we could. I mean, I would do that. It's just unfortunately I have to film stuff. So if I was just the streaming, we would do that obviously for hours and hours and hours on end. I think as it is, do around about 100 hours a month or so. In general, somewhere between 90 to 100 hours a month. Again, if I didn't have to do the videos, I would do more streams. But the videos must be done. There is some out here too. Okay, I thought there was some out here. So Dano's had some success on the standard. Now, Dano, speaking of success, Dano, you get a kick out of this. So the resin doesn't show up, right? I have to cancel the order, and then I ordered it directly from Soraya. And guess who actually shipped it? Guess who actually delivered that stuff? I'll let you actually have some time to guess. But yes, guess who delivered it here? And it was literally here the next day. I'll give you one hint. They're the same guys that lost the original bottle, apparently. So, yeah, apparently, yeah, there's Valfera. Amazon ships the Soraya stuff. I thought that was hilarious. When they sent me the tracking thing, and it's like shipped by Amazon, I went, you got to be kidding me. The whole reason I'm getting the resin from these guys is because Amazon lost my jar of resin. That's just kind of how that works, right, Valfera? So, yep, Dano, Soraya, it was shipped via Amazon. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Now, here, this is going to be a whole lot lighter over here. And we need to dry this stuff out a bit, and we'll just pop some lighter lights now on the ice shards. Then we'll go back and try and tighten up even a little bit more of some of the highlights, and then bring in those nice sharp darks, the stuff we did with the Prussian blue, phthalo green mixes. Once we're done with this, we're going to jump over to this stuff over here, throw some of our warmer colors in there, mostly Brilliant Yellow Pale, I'm thinking. Something along those lines. Hey, 8 bits a byte. So this was, believe it or not, it was actually shipped by Amazon. I found that very interesting. I don't remember the last time I got the Soraya directly from them was in December or January when they had the sale going on, the super sale. But I can see companies trying to, well, those Amazon warehouses have to be colossal buildings, don't they? All right, we're just about there now. All right, let's start to find some other areas here just to lighten those up so I know what the heck I'm working with there. And now we're going to take some of our warmer colors. Brilliant Yellow Pale, Terra Rosa, perhaps. Almost like a skin tone here. There's my Indian Yellow. Some of that work its way in there too. And just, boom, right over the top of this. Don't even really know what's on there. Don't even care. Let's see. Directly from Soraya Tech. Yeah, Valfera. Okay. If I want to get this exact same thing on Amazon, it would be about $41 because of sales tax. But not only does Soraya not charge for shipping, they also do not charge sales tax. And it was $1 cheaper to start with. So basically, Amazon is going to ship me the same bottle from Soraya for about $6 less. And it gets here faster. Even though I have Amazon Prime, which I find quite curious. All of these different factors together. All right, here we're going to lighten this up a bit. So just the only reason I bring that up is because, well, obviously we talk about Soraya resin a lot here, and I just wanted people to know that maybe that's a better way to get it. Just get it directly from them. It'll probably be cheaper. And that's what all these were printed with, was the Soraya Smoky Black. So yeah, Velfera, and of course here sales tax is 12, 13%, at least 12%. So it's going to really hurt right here. You know, if you're from a place that has a reasonable sales tax of 5 or 6%, that's a different story. But here, when a gallon of milk will cost you twice as much because they're doubling the cost, and yes, now apparently groceries are getting sales taxed here, which they didn't used to, but I guess now they are. Yeah, the Velfare, of course, by opening my big pie hole right there, I'm sure everybody in the universe is going to start ordering from him, and there won't be any left for me. So we'll just go over to DiMarino's house, and we'll just say, hey, get me some resin. DiMarino, how the heck are you doing? So we won't say that you're painting Saracens. How are your Dacians going? Yes, last time I do believe I got them. I combined Samaritans and Dacians together. Well, at least I didn't call them Dalmatians. I just called them Saracens. Sorry that you're making slow progress there. Arta Michael, I think they actually do taxes here. Yes, I think they might already do that here. I'm sure that's the next thing. They tax oxygen, of course, because, it's not like anybody really needs that. That's not exactly a necessary product for staying alive or anything like that. All right, we've got some of our warmer tones in here. Yeah, Dano, and it's funny, Dano, I did mention, and of course, Dano, you'll get this. So he sent me a link, right? He shipped it, and I think I already told you. No, that was somebody else. That was somebody else. Nope. Here, let me find the link here. It basically says, I'm just finding my little picture there. Yeah, this item might take longer to arrive than usual. Limited flights have caused delays for international deliveries, which I find very, very hilarious. And of course, Armored Wolf, trying to send stuff to you there. And actually, I was talking to John from Warlord Games earlier today, and they've also run into the Australia phenomenon there. It's just really nuts. Let's see. So, well, I think they go beyond that now, Thranuel. I think they go beyond that now. It seems like you just disappear. One way or another, you disappear. All right, let's see if we can go a little later. Again, we're going to look at this. We're going to really clean out this brush very thoroughly here. If I can find myself just look at the thorough cleaning we're going to do on that brush. Wow, look at that. That is an in-depth cleaning, just like all the precise detail that we put on this thing. All right, where's that brilliant yellow pale? Let's jump into some of that here on this big old piece of bone right here. Then I'll get that just a smidge later. We'll probably end up doing a couple little pin line washes there, maybe a little something. And we're good to go there. Okay, so we've really we're starting to get this pretty well established. Now I want to take maybe one of my blending brushes here, and we'll see if we can get some of our lighter snow color in there, at least just maybe the mid-tone part of it. So once again, and I think this can be thicker. I think we can make this just a smidge thicker, maybe. Let's see what happens. It's a little bit lighter, like I said. Yeah, see how that sticks right there? That sticks because it is thicker than the paint that is underneath it. If it was not, well, not going to stick there, is it? This also means that any future layer that I put on here is going to have to be a whole lot thinner, for sure. And I am noticing, what's our color on this here? Let me just get some of the Van Dyke Brown, because that was not supposed to be snow there.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun.
And thank you so much. Love this game. Thank you so much. Hello, little hobbits. Hey, oh, you. Now the last guy, he had like a big old ice mallet. That looks a little bit better. Hey, there's this bridge. Could you like take that out for me? Because there's a big scary thing on the other side, and yeah, I can see he's like already set you on fire. He's like, dude, man, he's gonna melt you. So maybe go over there and smash that bridge for me. Let's see. So Dano, that was really looking fantastic. It's kind of funny, Dano. It's like you had yourself an armature. It was just like watching some of the stuff that we would do with, say, the epoxy sculpt or whatever, making the sculpey armature and then putting the epoxy sculpt over the top of it. So it was really neat to see your process there. That was really fantastic. I love this game. Great to have you here. So we're painting another one of our trolls here. So this is what we painted last night. That was about 4 hours or so. Again, start to finish. This was last Friday's. Yeah, just 1 week ago we painted this guy. This was 5 hours, 10 minutes because, well, he might have been carrying a wee bit of a shield with him. They're on 60mm bases. So great to have you here. And of course, tomorrow we've got, I'm sorry, it looks like we've got ourselves a ska, no, I'm sorry, we've got a TMM. That would be a True Metallic Metals Extravaganza plan, potentially a lot of freehand, and a color scheme that maybe looks a little bit like this on our not Rivendell elves. They'll be Schmivendell elves. Yeah, Schmivendell elves. There's a Schmelron figure. that's that's going to be one of the more unusual characters we'll have here on the channel. Schmelron, the King of Rivendell there, or Schmivendell. I'm not sure if that's how it's going to be. Yeah, Dano, that really that worked out truly amazingly. So you'll have to for sure toss up some images on the Discords and the Instas on that. And of course, everybody congratulate Dano. Dano was in 2 painting contests, took 3rd in one, 2nd in the other. So everybody give some kudos and congrats there to Dano. That was the Printing Goes Everon and the Diwali painting contests. Just lightening this up a little bit. It's not the lightest light yet, but I think just for context, I think I want to have that lighter color in place. No problem, Dano. That's those contests. They're not the easiest thing in the world, for sure. Especially when the rigors of voting are involved there. So glad that you were able to snag those lofty places. I might even go now. If I'm going to do this, it has to be thinner for sure. So let's see if we can get some thinner. This will be the quick dry way here. We'll just thin this down best as we can for right now. Plop that right here. Look at how that covers. If that was the same consistency as what was underneath there, nothing's going to happen. It's not going to stick there. So I knew that the previous application was very thin or very thick. So this one made it thinner, and look at that, boom, it just sticks, no problem. So yeah, Dano, congrats on that. We'll do our lighter snow over here too. We also have to think, where's maybe the guy casting a shadow down onto the snow? Might do some snow over here as well. Could also help to hide the edge where the... Now we did get pretty lucky in that the Archvillain 60 mil base is pretty much worth 60 mil and actually matched up to regular plastic 60 mil so that we could put them on one of our bases. I guess I'm going to have to order some more 60 mil plastic bases because we're really piling through these things on all these large infantry figs here. And now apparently that we might also have another Balrog that needs to get painted up. I love this game. I'm glad that they've been helpful for you. I'm glad that they have. And of course, hopefully some of the YouTube vids are. I know that it can be a little difficult watching the VODs here because there's a lot of chat and hilarity going on. And it's like you don't really get to participate in any of that. So I thank you so much for watching those. It does actually matter, believe it or not. Twitch does seem to notice when people are watching the VODs, so thank you so much for that. Slim Mister, how you doing? So Slim Mister, I don't use any mediums with the oils outside of, well, when I'm mixing my paints, like these, I'll just use the standard linseed oil. And the same goes for the metallics. Otherwise, all I have is just the, what is that, the Mona Lisa high quality odorless thinner. And that's it, no other mediums. Oh, thanks, Frayed Brush. And now Frayed Brush, well, actually, there's going to be a couple of basing ones this month because, well, not only there's some things that need to get based, but we have these just came in the mail today. So that's the Arcane Roller. Where the heck is the other one? And then the Norse one here. So we'll give both of these a try. This might we might have to use these for the Titan Forge. All of their oh yeah, maybe for the Titan Forge stuff. We'll use those perhaps. All right, Thranual. Yeah, so tomorrow should be an earlier start, Thranual. So hopefully that's good for you. Especially if I can start here about 4:30-ish or so. Maybe that gives you a little more time so that you're not quite so exhausted. But appreciate you hanging around, Thranual. You have a good one. Well, love this game. I hope that it was fun. I know it can be a little bit daunting, to say the least, when you're first giving it a try. Now, of course, and we talk about these all the time, right? These are the color chart type things that we do. Just again with different. We'll take the same 5 colors and mix them. So this was a part of the same video. You can see the same, the radiance and the white, asphaltum and Payne's gray. Sometimes we'll do a more complex type where we've got, this was a little test, I think, of the Indian yellow to see what that would do, and then we cut it with the white here. So again, we'll try all different types of the color charts like that. Those can be really, really helpful. You get to learn the consistency of the oils. You get to learn about well, it does teach you about staining colors, I'll tell you that. You will find out what colors are staining and which colors are not if you do those color charts. So we're going to get a little bit of our lighter, or that maybe a little bit on the icicles here, which again, we're going to hit them again with the same ice that we did on the Troll King. And that's a video that you can go watch on the YouTube channel. So Valfera, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 3. They basically have to be lighter colors, so there's really not there's not a lot to choose from. Now, when we did the radiance, it was a little different because there's what 9 radiants, and I had 7 of them at the time. But ordinarily, there's really nothing fancy about it. It's just it's always going to be one of them is always going to be white. One of them is most likely going to be brilliant yellow pale. That's why I ran out of the brilliant yellow pale so fast. And then probably, again, some of the other lighter radiant colors, because mixing a dark into a dark is just going to be, it's just going to be dark. You're not going to see anything. I learned that lesson the first time around. So basically mixing that color with the white, that's sort of the control part of the experiment. And then everything else after that is other forms of lighter colors, just to, again, show you how things can tint a little bit. So love this game. When we start out every single miniature, I wonder if I actually have one here that has some of the, oh, this one does, yeah. So we do something called the pre-glaze, where we throw these darker, basically staining colors on the miniature. They get wiped away here. So every single miniature starts out the same way. So if you go back and watch any of the VODs or any of the YouTube videos, they all start out the same way. We take darker colors, we wipe a bit of it away with the sponges, then we come back into it with our lighter colors like we're doing now, and then sometimes we come back again with more shadows. But all of this started out as very dark, and again, you can see how much of the Egyptian violet we wiped off with our sponges there, because we're not working with any kind of a zenithal or anything like that. It's just a flat primer color that's just brushed on. Let's see. Valfera, it was just, those are part of painting videos. Usually those ones where we have, they're cut like that. That's because they're part of a painting video where I'm doing a miniature. And the other thing too is when you cut them like that, let me see if I can find that one again. Sometimes, okay, you say, all right, that's great, that's a mix. But when you cut it with the white, look at this. You see the difference now? You can see how that basically neutralizes a lot of the intensity of the color there. So that's just what it was showing there. And here, that kind of showed you some of the red that was inherent in the, I think that's probably the asphaltum right there. you don't see that until you cut it with the white, because look at how different it is. You wouldn't expect to get that reddish color based on all the yellow you're seeing here, do you? So it was just a way to show people some of the hidden aspects of the color by doing something like that. And yeah, the Velcro, when you cut it with the white like that, it does reveal some things that you might ordinarily not see. All right. I am going to find, here it is. Here you are. That's my little guy there. We're going to get into the radiant green slash Prussian blue game to do this. So you see all the backlighting there on our ice shards. You can see here it's just dark in the shadows. Well, we don't want just darks in the shadows there. So now, of course, those they actually technically use more paint than the other ones because you're also now you didn't just mix that first level of the chart. Now you've also cut it with another color. So they do end up taking a little bit more paint, but boy, they are really worth it. They can really show some things that you otherwise might kind of go unseen. So here, look at this. We're just again we're lightening up the back part of these ice shards here. That's the radiant green and the Prussian blue. I think a couple times we also did the turquoise and Prussian blue. But we'll be doing we're not going to forget about all the dark stuff there. But look, see how that already starts to look more like an ice shard instead of like a stone? Because if these were just stone, well, even if these were stones, we would still want some reflected light there. But this is not reflected light. This is pretty much the light shining right through these things because they are supposed to be at least a tiny bit translucent, aren't they? Valfira, it's just to squeeze them on the board. That's the only reason why they're that small, is because I wanted people visually to be able to see them all one next to the other. So there's a lot of times with so with you could do, I would actually prefer Valfira to have the longer stripes of color. I guess you want to just call them strips. Well, strips of color. I would prefer the longer strips of color myself, but because I wanted people to be able to see it all side by side, we went with the shorter ones. Now you're doing it for yourself. Sorry, you don't have to deal with that. I'm just gonna grab myself a cough drop here. Hey, Bithrat, how the heck are you doing? So, so if my voice sounds weird, that's just me with a cough drop because the voice is already starting to give out, and we're only just what, a half an hour? No, we're an hour in. We are 1 hour in here. So yeah, again, getting them to fit on screen, that's quite the limitation. Now, I'm just very lucky that 5:7 happens to be reasonably close to the aspect ratio of, well, the camera slash screen. Otherwise, that would make it even trickier. Ooh, let's get a little bit more of, yeah, lighter color down into the crevices there. And Valfir, I'm looking forward to, I'm going to see if I can, I might just remix the metals into a new container. Oh, thanks, Valfira. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So before, this is something I might do later tonight. Oh, yeah. I might just remix these again later tonight. It kind of depends what the conditions are of the ones that I've already got. But I might put some of these into the containers, right? The new nail polish containers that you pointed out to me. So thanks, Velfira. That actually does that does help. So Bithron, I've been watching some videos there. Let's get down to, we need to get down some in here as well. So Bithron, I was able to prep a whole bunch of the basically Rivendell elves from Kurzlook, and when I showed him, because like last Saturday we had Andrew in the chat with us, you remember? Now I don't know if he'll be in the chat with us, but he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm doing a Balrog and some of these other Moria characters, so he might. He's still working on the Balrog file, so we might have ourselves another Balrog here to paint, because you can never have too many Balrogs, right? Geez, we'll end up having more Balrogs than there actually was in Middle Earth, because well, of course that's an argued over number. Some folks would say 7. Some folks would say, well, Tolkien said there were hundreds, or at least scores of them. But all of that stuff is kind of subject to change, isn't it? Now we'll come back in here. We're just going to smooth some of this away here. All I wanted to do was position that stuff first. Now we're going to smooth it out, then we'll come back with our lightest light on these things. Really set some good edges there. No, Bithron haven't printed out the PGEO one yet. There's actually another one. Oh, was it Dano? Was it Monster Mini Mayhem that also did? Well, they did like 20 different types of Balrog. So yeah, there's Monster Mini Mayhems. Printing Goes Ever On. I never did theirs. Maybe one day we'll do it. I know that he's, in some ways, he modeled his a little bit more like how a lot of people who read the books see the Balrog versus the movie Balrog. Now, well, actually, Bithron, I mean, speaking of which, would you say that the PGEO one is more like book Balrog versus movie Balrog? So it was Monster Mini Mayhem, because didn't they have, well, they had one that was gigantic. They had one that had wings, no wings, fire, no fire. I don't know if it had the whip or not. That I don't remember. Okay, so you see that looks very different now, right, than when we first started out. Now, of course, also too, I think the Printing Goes Ever On Balrog is much smaller, because I'm pretty sure that Tolkien, the Balrog was not supposed to be some kind of 60-foot tall creature necessarily, I don't think. I'm not quite sure that's how Tolkien intended those to be. I think they needed to be bigger and scarier for movie purposes, because we're all used to big scary movie monsters now. All right, why don't let's get to some of the browns here in his face. Gonna again grab me this. Let's do some pinline washes. I'm just going to throw a little bit of the thinner over here by the brown matter. I almost called it brown matter alizarin again. Wow, that watercolor habit just keeps wanting to peek through. So Arto Michael, I hope that the weather's been holding out for you there, and hopefully school hasn't been too nuts. I know that some things it was really getting nuts there between school and weather and other crazy things. Hopefully that's kind of calmed down a bit, to say the least. Let's see. We do have that. We do have a baby Balrog. Where the heck did he go? There he is. There he is. He says, "Seriously, I am not a baby. I'm just small boned. I'm not a baby." He's like, "Dude, you're not much bigger than me." It's like, so Balrog can be every shape and size. All right, Frayed Bus, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Let's see. Gee whiz, Erda Michael. Now, is there going to be another one of those quick, rapid temperature shifts for you again? Because that was, I swear, the last one, right? You got up to 50 or 60 degrees, and then it was like 5 degrees or something, and that led to some mayhem. So again, we're just gonna get our troll with some of the Egyptian violet, a little bit of the, just a little bit of the red in there. That's our fanchon red. Let's see. So I think we're all caught. Stila. Stila, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please also give Stila Rebel a follow. Yes, give Stila Rebel a follow. Stila, did you get to finish the miniature you were working on last night? I know he was getting to be kind of in the closing stages. I had to go off and do some stuff with the printer and everything. So hopefully the end of your stream went very well. So something like that, but with snow. Here it gets colder. That's it. And of course, it was a very wise purchase of getting that roof rake. Yeah, I finally got the roof rake after the last snow. And you know what that means. As soon as you get something that's supposed to at least make things a little bit less difficult when it snows, then that's a snow preventer. So I might just get one of those every week. I might just, it's like, okay, that'll make certain weather go away. I'll just buy it every week. It'll be like an insurance policy. Well, Steel, I know that, gosh, has it already, the time hasn't already come and gone that you're throwing the beans at the Onis, is it? Because it's February 11th. Well, it's February 12th. No, it's like February 31st over there, even though there's only 28 days in February. So Steela doesn't not only lives in the future, but she also gets extra days. That's where all our extra days go. Steela gets them all. So yeah, Bitsron, the Kurzlik one looks a little bit more like a standard Balrog, kind of like movie Balrog there. Again, I'm not wedded to any particular imagery, really. I mean, it is nice. It does seem like the new Lord of the Rings show is kind of following the imagery of the movies. That's kind of nice. Now it's all about cherry blossoms now. Oh, that's right. Wow, that's all for early. Holy smokes. Gee whiz. You're lucky to see any kind of foliage here. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that the last time or the earliest we've seen foliage the last couple years here is April. Pretty sure there's been a couple of Marches where we didn't see anything. Of course, it can still snow here in April and May. Some of our biggest snowfalls actually happen in April. I'm not so sure that happens in Japan. I mean, maybe they do get some April snowfall, but probably not the way we do here. And it's always interesting to see pictures of flowers where the snow, it snowed 4, 5, 6 inches, and you got flowers sticking out of the snow. Yeah, we're spring here. Well, we can take a pass on spring here because that usually means all kinds of crazy weather coming along. Almost wouldn't mind just winter. Now we've gotten, you can see we've warmed up some of this stuff again, that doing a little bit of the pin line stuff. We're gonna have to let that sit there. Let's let that sit there. Let's go back over here. Let's get some of those lighter highlight things going if we can. Let me make sure I've got the right one of these two. Okay, I did mark that one. Good. Now, so Steel, if you want to post a link there of the guy that you were working on last night, and of course, Steel has been mixing, trying to make her own paints there. So, Steel, do you have a name for your paints? Because I think Grim, with all of his paints, they all have to have the name Grim and Radiant in them. So it's going to be like Grim Radiant Black and Grim Radiant Blue and Grim Radiant Green. So I don't know if you've got Brigand colors or something like that, that's going to be the name of your new paint line there. Because you were talking about the additional research that you found that might have given you a better pathway to be able to make those Stila paints. Thanks for doing the clip there, Bitsron. Appreciate that. I think that's the first clip of the evening there. Who would have thought that Gandalf would be recruiting these guys right here? He recruited our guy last night, trying to break the bridge of Khazad-dûm, so that Gandalf didn't actually have to fight the Balrog. So yeah, Stila is working on Stila's own oil paints. Yes, Stila working on her oils there. So hopefully that all works out and you'll have some fantastic results. And I'm sure that the paint tubes should be nice and airtight. Of course, Stila. I'm just imagining, you get those all done, they're working good, and then of course, was there anything that they said in your research that especially causes the leaks, right, that happen out the top of the tube, or that causes all the paint to gather up there? It just occurs to me now. I wasn't sure if you found anything in your research there that kind of explains why the heck that happens all the time, especially to certain paint colors. Yeah, we're going to be going back into these later and reinforcing our darks and also making a sharper edge out of some of this stuff. Now there's just got some fibers there that somehow worked their way into the paint. Yeah, Steel, I think that's going to be really fun for you. It would be, I guess I'll have to start researching that too, although it is kind of convenient. I guess ever since I used the oil brushers, that I've always been intrigued by that. The colors in a bottle like that, something hard that I can't step on and destroy, because I have stepped on tubes of paint before, and you can imagine what might have happened stepping on that tube of paint. Not that stepping on a nail polish container is going to feel good, but much like a Lego, it won't get destroyed. You'll be in pain laying on the floor, but your jar of paint is going to still be intact. Yeah, Stila, this is one that I did about 4.5 years ago, and as you can see, it's still liquid on the inside. This is just a Winton raw umber, so it's a cheap paint in there. It is still good after almost 5 years. So that's why I was thinking, well, if it's good enough for, Winton starter set raw umber, it should be really good for some of our snazzy homemade paints. And I think those, I can't imagine that nail polish containers would be any different from each other. I think they're also pretty much designed to not spill, right? Because you really don't want nail polish all over the place. That's really difficult to clean. I think we're all caught up. Yes, we're all caught up there. So yeah, these are from Archvillain right here. Tomorrow we have a whole bunch of our Rivendell elves that we've got all prepped up. Again, those are from Kurzlook Miniatures. Whether or not he's going to be in the chat tomorrow like Andrew was last Saturday, I have no idea. But it could be fun. So he can be there to maybe answer some questions, that sort of stuff. See, that's still got some shinies going on there. Not even going to play around. That's why I'm up here. That's why I'm up here doing this kind of stuff, right? So that we let the paint that's in the other areas just have a nice little chance to set. It's not going to be dry, but it will set. Aren't there some? I thought there were some over here that I was forgetting about. And yet none of this stuff is the final lines or anything like that. I just want to throw this out here so that I can come back in with those extra dark. That would be most likely phthalo green mixed with the Prussian blue, or Prussian blue mixed with the pearline black. That's that super dark green. Ah, yeah. See up there? Completely forgot that there was... And same over here too. Here, let's hit this part. A glass plate and some special glass thing to grind the pigment to the oil. Stila, actually, ooh, of course I just about remembered it then, but I forgot what it's called. Stila knows what it's called because Stila has one of those things. But it's not the mortar and pesto. It's something else. So if Stila, you could tell Valfera, is it a Muller? The glass Muller. Oh, look at that. See, I actually almost remembered. Wow, that's historic for me to remember anything. Seriously, 90% of the day I can't remember my own name. So for me to pull that one out, of course, it's not like I was cheating and heard Stila mention it 3 or 4 times in her stream last night. I will not, I won't concede that. I will not concede that. Gee whiz, most of the time I can't remember what day it is. So yeah, Glass Muller. I know that Grimm's also got a whole bunch of gear for mixing paints, and he wants to put them in tubes as well. Again, I might stick with the nail polish container. Part of it is it's a lot easier to get some labels for those. Of course, of course, we did have some humorous names that I was contemplating for those. Yeah, the very pinky up Wappel Luscious oil paints. That was, I think that's what we were thinking about calling those years ago, when it was all just a joke of putting them all into nail polish containers, giving them fancy labels and everything, make it look like it's like a genuine product that you could go buy somewhere, just to see who would say, yeah, I'll buy that, I'll buy that. All right, a little bit of reflected light. You can see it there. We'll go back. We'll mess with that a little bit more after the fact. Though we gotta let that paint set there for a little while. All right, we're gonna get a little lighter perhaps with our reflected light here. We'll just get a little bit more of the radiant green into that. So Stila suggests, I can't believe it's not nail polish, oil paints. Now, of course, they could get different names. I suppose we could just, if we have 3 or 4 really hilarious names, there's nothing that's stopping us from using all the different names, because none of it's real. So the more hilarious it is, the more I would probably enjoy it. Okay, there's some of that. Again, the bright green. Now let's maybe get some of our darks in here. We'll just get the lighter paint out of the brush here, such as it is. Yeah, I think I forget exactly what it was, if there was just certain colors that Grimm wanted to do, or was he looking to do an entire set? I know, Stila, you're really intrigued about those Japanese pigments there, and I know you've got some specific colors targeted there. All right, so there again, we're just gonna now, I think this is gonna make a big difference here. Let's get some more of that Prussian blue, little bit of the Perline black. Let's darken this right here along this line. And there must be a blending brush around here somewhere. We'll just grab something like this. So see, that's all very rough. It was, till we took a blending brush, made it not so rough. So he's going to start with red, blue, and yellow. I'll be curious to see if you guys end up with, just like with the, taking the, I think it was the same thing with the metallics too, but especially the fluorescent powders. And all of a sudden we ended up with very opaque colors. I'm really going to be curious to see how opaque your guys' paint is. Like if you guys somehow in the course of hand mixing it yourself, you guys will have more control over the opacity. I mean, maybe not. It may not matter on some colors. But if you guys get more opacity to some things, even if they're not necessarily, well, radiant or white or off-white, we might have to get ourselves a Muller, and we might have to get ourselves some pigments and start doing a little grindy stuff here too. Maybe start making some just seriously our own legit line of paints here, just for reasons. So see the difference between that one and some of these other ones where it's kind of just a little bit soft and smushy there. Do we have a blending brush that's got nothing on it? There's one around here somewhere. So see that? That's a big old dark blob there. We're just going to tap away at that. And shazam, look at that. Do the same over here. Blammo. Just took a couple seconds, didn't it? And there's a Japanese pigment made from seashells, and they are super matte and opaque. Well, I definitely intrigued about that. Can you imagine, I don't know, a super opaque violet, or, well, I mean, not that Egyptian violet is not relatively opaque, or say a really opaque red that's not cadmium red. That could be a little bit of a game changer. That could be pretty fun. All right, again, we're taking those darker colors, and you can see how easy it is to sharpen up the line there. It's just kind of difficult to do that with the lighter colors, and that goes for acrylic paints too. It's not just an oil paint thing. Well, usually was talking about opacity. Your darker colors tend to be a little bit thinner, even though they're also a little more on the translucent side. Just a little something, throw it out there. Just a little bit of info there. Now, Steele, I know you were showing a thing. Was that which cadmium red was that? Because you had one of your little barrels, your staining barrels there, and you had one where you had wiped it off right away, and there was another one. It had some time to set there, and you had a pretty decent amount of it left behind. The Fanchon red can sort of stain a little bit. Of course, I'm usually mixing it with something else that does more like, say, the Egyptian violet, I suppose. Now it's the Holbein cadmium red deep. Boy, Steele, I haven't used one of the Holbein paints in a long time. And I think you saw, I showed you that one, the radiant green is basically what I thought that one Holbein color was going to be. Let me see if I can find, here it is. So, where's my radiant green here? Now, of course, there's a color temperature difference, but opacity-wise, and how the heck do they rate this thing? I think they have an opacity thing there, but this is kind of what I was hoping to get out of this. And this never, these, obviously, they're super matte. when they dry, and they dry a little bit faster too. Oh, also less expensive. So I just kind of combine the turquoise and this together to essentially get what's in here. But that was the whole reason I got that one Holbein color years ago, was thinking that's what I was going to get out of it. And it just never quite worked. It was never quite that opaque. And it just had that little bit of sliminess to it and shininess to it. All right, Bithron, we should certainly be here when you get back. So it's just a weird thing, but I haven't used those Holbein colors in a long, long time. Now, it could change a little bit if I can get that new filming area set up and I'm able to actually film large-scale stuff like terrain and dragons. And by large things, I'm talking about maybe dragons with a 1.5 foot wingspan or something that I might be able to film with the new setup, because basically I'm taking down the airbrush setup and the new filming area goes there. Yeah, Stila, I know. Ooh, did you go into a lot of the Holbein colors back in the day? Because obviously they're sort of made there, and then that just made them kind of the local brand. So I never did get a chance to get some of the lighter colors, and no big deal. Now this, see, that's not gonna work. We're gonna take that and we're just gonna, like I said, we faded that out there. You know what? I'm gonna let this get extended all the way up to here. The heck with it. Why not? Yeah, still, I was wondering just how many of the Holbein colors that you use, because you didn't have the Gamblins and the Williamsburgs back then, but you got a pretty decent collection of those. And now that you're making your own oil paints, well, you don't need no stinking Holbeins. You don't. Who knows? You may not need no stinking Williamsburg either. You will be totally independent, so you can then move to the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic plateau or something like that and just paint down there, because you'll have everything that you need. Growing your oranges might be a little bit of a challenge in those climates, but you won't have any of the birds there, so there's a plus. Oh, you got the starter set. All right. Yeah, I only ever got those 2 tubes. Now, of course, we've got the Shiva oils on the way here. Grim was very kind, and he's sending a batch of those here. And I know I mentioned it, Landraz, last night. Those Senile oil paints. Remember, we did a Dark Sword video. I think we did 2 Dark Sword videos with those. I told Grim, I said, look, they're going to be tested for the first time live on a Dark Sword video. I'm hoping these aren't like the next Senile oil paints or something, because, well, as anyone who watched those videos can tell, I wasn't super thrilled with those. Well, Stila, I don't know if you're talking about those that opacity there. It could. Is it going to dare to challenge Egyptian Violet? And if it does, Stila, you're going to have to come up with a really heavy-duty name for it if it's going to challenge Egyptian Violet, because we all know that Egyptian Violet is the one true violet. Everything else is just purple. So I don't know. If those are out on the palette at the same time. Now the Great Senile Letdown. Yes, that's pretty much what that was. That was not very fun. We still have those things. I was thinking of just relegating those to terrain or whatever, so that I'm not using up the more useful oil paints on stuff like that. All right, here again, working with the darker color there, and you can see how it's sharpened up all of those ice shards and actually made them into shards. Well, Stila, we'll see. Now, of course, the Prussians, they don't believe in trade. They just believe in conquest, right? They just conquer something and just keep it all for themselves. So, uh, not a lot of cooperation with the Prussians. Maybe the Egyptians, they had a tendency to sign treaties, and they might be a little bit more crafty that way. They might be more diplomatic. I'm thinking like Treaty of Hatshepsut or something like that. Or the treaty with the Hittites, wasn't that the very first peace treaty? And there's a copy of that in The Hague or something like that that the Egyptians and the Hittites signed. So it's Shiva oils with the V. At least I think so. That's how it was spelled when I was a kid. It used to be one of the premier oil brands in the U.S. Then someone bought it and just kind of ran it into the ground, and it became kind of a joke. But then one of the, I don't know, grandson or something like that of the original owner repurchased the line and is trying to rebuild its reputation. And I guess it's also handmade paints. And Grimm says that it rivals Williamsburg, but not at Williamsburg prices. So if we have a paint that can be nice at not Williamsburg prices, that could be good for folks. I'm gonna darken this stuff indigo here. Let's get a little bit indigo onto his toes there. Then we'll come back with our perline black and the radiant green. It's gonna be time to start lightening up some of his skin tone as well. And of course, now that we're on the last troll, we know exactly how we want to do all the different colors on these guys. That's hilarious. Happens every time. But we always have the files, right? We can print these guys up again and have some fun with them. So yeah, he said that those were like top of the line type, basically Williamsburg type paints, really well known. And then someone bought it and just kind of went off the name until people realized it wasn't any good anymore, and then it just kind of died away. I'm gonna see if we can start giving him some stuff on his face, some chompers here. We'll start to get some lighter colors on the skin now. What are we, an hour and a half in? Hour 42 minutes in? Again, this is on a 60 millimeter base. Just an hour 42 minutes ago, there was nothing but gray primer on this guy. And we're looking to, in about 4-ish hours or so, have this guy also good and ready to go. So we'll see how that stuff works. I have no idea when. Oh, actually, that's supposed to show up tomorrow. That's right. That's the package. So they're supposed to be here tomorrow. Oh, that's his ear. All right. Good to realize that after we've gotten that. Look at this. It's practically a yellow ochre color here. I don't even know what the heck went into this. It looks like brilliant yellow pale. It looks like Indian yellow. Looks like there's even some indigo on the brush there, of all things. But yet that's sort of made like a yellow ochre that's actually opaque. Now that's also his ear there. But Grimm was saying that some of these colors are like the yellow ochre is opaque. He said there's some miracle colors in there. Now, of course, that's a lot of hype there. It's a lot of hype. Hopefully, they're going to live up to their hype, like the Radiants did. Hey, Almighty, how you doing? Almighty, nice to see you. Happy Friday, all that good stuff. And of course, for a bunch of folks, it's already Saturday. If it's Saturday where you are, happy Saturday. And well, hopefully folks got some games that they might be playing. Maybe some RPG stuff, maybe some tabletop battle games. So All Might, nice to see you again. And of course, bonjour. And what was my favorite French? Oh yeah, je ne sais pas français. That is the only phrase that I actually know, which is the most ludicrous of all phrases to know in any given language, of course. Well, thank you so much, All Might. Appreciate that. Boy, this is really a golden age for miniatures with all the 3D printing. And now, of course, with all the incredible tools like these new ones that just showed up from Green Stuff World, another texture roller right here. So this is going to be fun. We have some more Sculpey on the way. We've also got the Arcane roller. And we'll be giving those a try. And we'll see what happens with those. Also, the advantage of so much 3D printing is that we can just print up whatever we need that might fit a certain roller. Oh, thanks, All Might. I appreciate that. I mean, basing just can set such a story, right? Whether it's our Khazad-dûm, our Fellowship, our Moria Fellowship, or even here on our Dunlendings, right? So burning Rohan a little bit at a time, and then of course here's our again the Wolves of Isengard, just again setting Rohan aflame. It looks so different there. And then, of course, well, here's our, well, this one, especially Alex the Cave Troll here, right? Just, it's very simple, just some Sculpey, right? But it really does set a bit of a scene for him. This is another little base that we made here for our climbing little gobbo right there. Some Sculpey blocks. And of course, well, we really enjoy the heck out of the object Swartz lighting. And this is using my own, speaking of homemade oils, that's uh, the homemade fluorescent magenta oil. Yeah, homemade fluorescent magenta. Let's get a couple more of our lights here along the edges. Same thing over here. We got a little skelly friend. He needs to be a bit lighter there too. And finally, some of our pin line glazes down in the depths have settled. And of course, well, this is another, well, here's some of our, this was our most recent video for the Patreon page. That's a little diorama that I made with a Duvale figure. I wanted to have a painted backdrop, and that's just the same stuff. The cork, the Sculpey, some trees, very basic stuff. And then, of course, here's some more examples of the Macho Riders with all the vegetation on them. And we use the Egyptian texture rollers here for our Sons of Sekhmet. That really makes such a difference. You can see that. Oh, and here's our Nazgul with that basically the Roman texture base. And you can see again the clay cyanide with that Egyptian texture roller there. It just really, really, really fun. Absolutely love that. Stila, all of the fluorescent powders that I've used, that's the Green Stuff World ones and the marblers. Yeah, I think that's what they're called, marblers. They were so fine. I obviously I didn't have to grind those anymore. They were really, really fine to begin with. So I don't know how much grinding you would have to do with the either the fluorescents or potentially the metal ones. I was really shocked at just how fine those fluorescent powders were. The metal powders being fine, maybe not as big of a surprise, but boy, yeah, the powders for the fluorescence, I just was really shocked at just how fine those were. Well, All Might, I have actually a lot of different videos on the the object source lighting. Of course, it can be any color, right? It doesn't have to be just flame. We can do something fun like our Schmandorf right here with all of the very intense blues. The key is that these are very intense colors. Everything else is not only the opposite, it's not just warmer colors, but these are all very gray, and those are very intense colors. That's really a big, big key to it. Stila, some of them, I guess the phrase that I can use is some of them mixed easier than others. That the marbler stuff that I used, the orange mixed way easier than the yellow. I have no idea why one would more than the other. When I was doing the Green Stuff World ones, I want to say that the green, the blue, and maybe the purple were more persnickety than perhaps, say, the oranges were. I think the red also was a little more resistant to mixing with the linseed oil. So I'll be curious if that follows along the same lines for you, where some are just easier to grind down a little bit more and where others are just a bit more persnickety. Of course, that's another highly technical term right there. Another very precise term. I mean, we only use the most precise, exacting terms here. Just like the most precision tools, right? That are just hideous. A bunch of hideous junk for the most part. Here, let's lighten up the. Oh, these guys don't. These last two guys didn't have beards. That's the difference. I was trying to figure what the heck is the difference between the first two guys. These guys had the big old beards on them. So this is what we painted last week. So 7 days ago, that's what we painted. Yeah, there are levels of persnickety, for sure. Yeah, there's levels of persnickety, all right. And that, well, saying persnickety as opposed to some other more colorful metaphor, for sure. Yes, I can. There would be other colorful metaphors. Hey, Spider-Man. Spider-Man doing whatever a spider can, as in going into the chat and saying, hello, Spider, how you doing? Nice to see you. Happy Friday, all that good stuff. We're painting up the last of the trolls here. Believe it or not, we still have more we can paint from this faction. Besides all of the walrus guys, besides all of the trolls, and the troll king, we've actually got the bears. We're going to be doing the bears from this particular... Where the heck are you? Where's that? Troll king. Well, we already passed him up already? Gee whiz. There he is. There's the troll king. So that guy was massive. He's on a 6-inch wide plate right there. And of course, here, let's get back to our scene. Well, Spider-Man, if you want to show folks what you just painted there on your Instas, you want to pop that link into the chat, feel free. That was not my scene. I was like, why the heck am I seeing my done lendings there? Sorry, meant to have my scene. I've only got about 200 scenes or so. So sometimes they get a little bit mixed up. Actually, that's probably more like 250 scenes. So zip zap, none of this is crushed glass because these have to match stuff that was painted many, many years ago. And I'm talking like 2005. And back then I just took texture paste and then just painted it to look like snow. And because this particular person, they're speaking of persnickety, they want it to all look the same. So I have to try and match bases that were painted quite literally 15, 16 years ago. And again, all that is just texture paste, the same stuff I use on my regular bases. It's just been painted to look like snow. Otherwise, it's the exact same stuff we use. All right, if everybody could please go check out Spider-Man's Spider-Man's Instagram there. Go give Spider-Man a follow as well. So now, Spider-Man, did you post any pictures of that to the Discord there? The Linseed, well, I just call it the Linseed Brotherhood, but there's the Discord that Grimm started. If you want to post that there, that's a place where a lot of folks post their oil painted stuff. And of course, that way people can show off, ask questions, get lots of nice positive feedback and such. Here, let's start to work in some of these lighter skin tones, like what we have here, right? We have this started out pretty well. Let's get into some of the skin tones here. Oh, Spider-Man, that's okay. That's all right. Folks post acrylic painted things, heretical as that may be. They do post acrylic painted things there. Yes, heresy and apostasy, I guess, is allowed in the Discord there. And we're just gonna throw some of this in. We will take our blending brush, just like we did with the other guy. We might little bit of the magenta also work its way in here because there's just so much more of the skin that you can see here. So it might be fun to have some other colors working their way into this as well. Again, I'm just throwing this on here. We'll take the blending brush and we'll smooth that out later. So again, everybody please go check out what Spider-Man just posted there in the chat. And like I said, just make sure you pass along lots of kudos and kind words. Get more of the violet down here. Bingo. Some more down here too. Get this a little bit further down his arms, some of it on his leg too, and then gee whiz, so much more of his shoulders that you can see here. So again, for tomorrow's stream, I'm thinking that I might just go ahead and do the true metallic metal then on the elves. Now, of course, the color scheme might be a little bit more like this. I was hoping to do some kind of a violet / magenta thing like this on their cloaks and such, and then maybe see if we can get some of that almost greenish gold metallic color onto their armor. We'll see if we can make that work. I think that could be a fun challenge as a welcome. It's Super Lazy. How you doing, Super Lazy? Let's lighten that up a little more, shall we? Yeah, and then we'll have to get in here too with the more straight up radiant violet. This right here has got a decent amount of the Egyptian violet mixed in. This is more straight up. This also might have to be thicker because I'm pretty sure the color we've been putting on here is pretty thin. So, yep, boom, look at that. Thicker color, that sticks. Won't worry about blending that just yet because we don't want to be hasty little hobbitses. Don't be hasty little hobbitses. We will not be hasty. We'll let this have a chance to set there. We'll go back in with our blending brush. And of course, again, any brush can be a blending brush. It could be a very small brush. Now, that's going to be a little rougher on that brush. So that's why I tend to maybe take, well, brushes like this that are kind of getting a little bit beat up. And those become pinline wash brushes. They become micro blending brushes, if you want to call them that. Activities that maybe you wouldn't want to do with a new brush. Now, Landrast, that never did show up. I just had to cancel it. I told this story earlier of, so I went direct to Soraya to get it, and they sent me the tracking info, and guess what it said? It said shipped by Amazon. So instead of paying $6 more, For the one that I got from Amazon, I paid $6 less because it was $1 less, saved $5 on taxes because they don't charge sales tax. They also don't charge shipping, and it came here today. So it took like Amazon style 2 day shipping, right? Amazon Prime that nobody gets anymore, even though you're paying for it. So yeah, all of a sudden the bottle is here already. I was thinking that maybe that was my Amazon bottle that showed up. Nope, that's the one that Soraya sent me through Amazon of all things. Landress, that's what I was wondering that's what this was. It's like, oh, seriously? Did I just cancel that only to have it show up the next day? But no such luck. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe it shows up. Maybe that other bottle does show up. It would be nice if it did. Hey, Leaf Painting, how you doing? Super lazy. I've never seen anything like that. There is the Italian Terra Verte, as we call it, and you can practically see how grainy it is. I mean, look, you can practically count the particles of grain, and of course they listed this. Seriously, Egyptian Violet and Fanchon Red have the same rating as that. Does that look semi-opaque to you? That doesn't even look semi-translucent to me, which is why it's called Terror Verte. We renamed that on stream. So Leaf Painting, hope that you're doing well. So Almighty, there's the Instagram, but you can also check out the YouTube channel. I'm just James Wappel on YouTube, and then of course Armored Wolf just put the link to the Patreon page there. And then of course, well, we're here on Twitch generally, what, 4 days a week? Monday, Friday, Saturday, Thursday. Yep, 4 days a week. Sometimes the times will vary. I'll say that the times can change based on various factors. Oh yeah, the other thing, I'm not sure if people heard early on, that the folks from WizKids sent a whole box of that framework stuff. So instead of the nasty bones plastic, this is actually just regular plastic miniatures. And since Kathy had already assembled a few that were sent to her months ago, we know that plastic glue works on those. So regular plastic glue does work on the framework stuff, which is good. That is definitely handy. Here, let's get some of our lighter violet colors up here. And like I said, later on we'll take our blending brush and we'll just tone some of that down. I mean, we are only 2 hours and 3 minutes into this thing. 2 hours, 3 minutes ago, this was nothing but primer. There was no colors on here. And all of this has happened just in the last couple hours. There we go. So yeah, All Might, you can check out. There's tons and tons of YouTube videos there. Tons of those. Lady B, I hope that you're doing well. And that's a happy Saturday for Lady B, even though for us it is still Friday here. And it's gonna be Friday for still, oh, not quite 2.5 hours, more about 2 hours, 15 minutes more. Still gonna be Friday here. We'll keep going with our lighter violet color here on his skin tone. Again, all that is going to be eventually blended in, but right now, all we want to do is just throw this stuff out here, get it in place, let it sit there, then take our blending brush and then to do the miracle stuff. Don't have to do that right now. You can see there's no layering here. This is way lighter than what's already there. Don't care, because again, we're going to be taking that blending brush, and all that is going to You'll see just how fast that darkens down when we hit it with the blending brush. Look at my other troll here. Let's see just how much of the violet did we do on his arm. I think it's time to start to get into our radiant blue. Let's change this here from the violet to the blue as we work our way down. A little bit of the blue, and I'm actually going to go a little tiny bit of the indigo into that. Not Egyptian violet, indigo. That's what I want to see in there. And we are going to thin this down a little bit, though. Let's get down to his arms here. We'll start to lighten this up, but also change in that color. Just a smidge more towards the blue, less of the violet. So tomorrow we'll try and get squeeze in some freehand. I don't think it's going to be the Phoenix design like we did on the sails. I think it's going to be there's a banner that has sort of a diamond shape on it with some other patterns, and we might just try and do that on the banners, keeping that simple. I mean, they're 3D printed. I can always print out more, and I could do a whole nother faction, which is probably what is going to happen. Is I'll probably print out more of those very same elves, and I'll just do a whole different color scheme with them. So that's the other kind of secret thing that the 3D printing does, is that you say, you know what, okay, I painted it in this color scheme. Later I can just print it out and paint it in a whole different color scheme, and it'll be really neat to see the two side by side. Yeah, just doing some of the lighter, almost bluish color there. Now on his arms, and as we move down to his legs, that's also going to be more of a bluish color. Oh, your buddy's first print had nothing on the build plate. Now didn't we kind of joke about how you were gonna have to assist him and help him a little bit? I guess it's clean up aisle 7, huh? For that. And Landers, I still can't understand why now that my sort of emergency substitute resin mix suddenly works. I think the last day and a half I've been printing with the stuff that just would not print before. I don't know what the difference is. I really sincerely don't. There might have been 1 or 2 roosters and monkeys involved. I don't know. And there's a Megan. There is a Megan in the house. Megan, I think you've got Instagram pics of your latest bust, don't you? Yeah, Megan, you should throw your latest creation there up into the chat so that folks can admire that. Yeah, Megan, that was really sensational. I think people would get a real kick out of seeing that for sure. As now this gets to be more of a bluish here. This has got some of the turquoise in it. I'm gonna lighten this up a smidge here. So yes, Megan, definitely I'm pretty sure you got that up on Instagrams. I'm pretty sure you do. Now, Artemichael, I think I'm not sure astrology is arcane enough for 3D printing. I think that 3D printing actually precedes astrology. I think it like precedes Cthulhu. Who knew that 3D printing has actually been around for, I don't know, a few billion years? And this is just us. We're just somehow we have accessed some kind of fringe deity or something like that, or fringe version of this deity, and we think we're in control of the 3D printing, but it's really actually like some kind of giant evil ancient elder god. And that's what 3D printing actually is. Because the rituals that you need to do to ensure success, or at least consistent success, certainly would make some just flee in terror, right? Who would have known that you need things like, cages and meat hooks or something like that to also keep your 3D printing area going? So see, Stila knows. Stila knows that Cthulhu himself was actually 3D printed. That's how he came to being. And of course, that was billions of years ago. I mean, why do you think so many blasphemous things are said around 3D printers? I mean, I'm not quite sure how many other miniature tools or whatever you want to call them people have blasphemed more about than a 3D printer. See, that's see, Artemichael has got it now. The ancient aliens, they feared that technology, so they quarantined it here, and we have accidentally stumbled upon it. That makes a lot more sense to me. Now Stila still says that it could be the self-spilling GW paint pots that also might have some connection to some kind of elder god. Yeah, who knew that paint pots they literally just like knock themselves over? Kind of like those dice, right? The loaded dice that they stop rolling and then all of a sudden they bounce and they end up on a whole nother facing. That's kind of what the GW pots do, right? You can do anything you want to make them not spill, but they spill themselves. All right, All Might, thank you so much for joining me here. I really appreciate that, and hopefully you can get some good info out of the YouTube videos as well. And hopefully maybe we see you tomorrow or Monday. It'll be yet another one of our Armada Mondays. There's only going to be so many of those left. I figured what we would do is start maybe painting some of the framework stuff on Mondays, perhaps, if we suddenly find ourselves out of Armada ships. We still have a little bit of the Elf fleet. We've got the Twilight Kin, a couple of those ships left. So it's we're not. We've got at least, I would say, maybe 2 more Armada Mondays. Hey, Spaztech. So definitely the arcane rituals that are required to keep a 3D printer working the way you want it to. Certainly, you think some of the linseed oil rituals might be a bit arcane. Wow, yeah, they pale in comparison. Sure, All Might. Yeah, people will sometimes send me pictures on the Instas or whatever on Instagram, and I can. That's the place where I can hopefully, based on the pictures, get a decent look at the miniature and see what's going on. And again, everybody, please also give Stila Rebel a follow, because Stila, well, she streams the oils, right? So definitely go check out Stila. Is this a blending brush? Yeah, that is a blending brush. So I just threw some lighter color in there. Now I'm just going to take this, and we're just going to take some of that, and we're just going to stipple this, and it leaves a little bit of that light left behind. We'll start to do some of that. See, there's a lot of rough edges there. All of a sudden, as we just stipple this, those rough edges start to go away. But you notice I had to at least let these brushstrokes sit under at least a couple of minutes. So we're going to go all through the skin tones here and just start to tone down some of the brushstrokes that we've got here. Same thing on all this purple. See how rough that is right there? all of a sudden not so rough anymore. All those brush strokes get just taken away. It's not as much about blending the actual paint. It's more about just controlling the brush strokes. No time for Bull. How are you doing? So no time for Bull. I just use the same texture paste that I would for, well, even just here a base like, let me see if I can grab one of these guys here. It is quite some of the same texture paste that we use on our bases there. And it's just painted. That's all it is. The same old texture paste. It's just painted to look like snow. Again, my preference would be always for the crushed glass snow method, but the buyer requested otherwise. So we had to match all the other stuff that we had done over the previous years. And by previous years, I mean the last 15, 16 years. There was no such thing as crushed glass snow 15, 16 years ago when I first started doing these. Well, doing the stuff that is all in this army or in this universe. So Stila, we have the Williamsburg Indigo here. We have not used it yet. I've just been waiting for some other paints to arrive as well, like those Shiva paints, and I also now have a couple of new Radiants. Is this the Radiant? Oh yeah. So this showed up from Grim, and also this right here. And Theo, last night we were talking about I might just do. Also, I'm waiting on the Indanthrone Blue. That's the other thing I'm waiting on, and that's showing up tomorrow. So what I was gonna maybe do is do the same miniature. So it'd probably be a 3D print instead of a Dark Sword miniature, and it'll be a 3D printed miniature. We'll do the same miniature 3 times. And it'll obviously be something like it's in Moonlight, something that heavily features the indigo. It could be, I don't know, it could even be a bust or something like that, something that has some bluish skin or whatever. And we'll just try it 3 times, the same figure, 3 times with using the indigo from Williamsburg, the indigo from, what is it, from Windsor Newton, and then the Indanthrone, and see if there's any real difference between them. Bithron, glad that you've been able to return there. So Stila, I remember I thought I heard you say that you had the Radiant Red. I was exercising, I think, at the time, and there was just no way for me to type that into the chat. And I think somehow I thought I did type that in. I was like, no, I don't think I ever told Stila that we had the Radiant Red. So see how that really smoothed all that stuff down? But I just had to wait. Right, like up here, we got a lot of harsh little dots. We're just going to dab away at a little bit of that stuff. And what that does is just takes away, here, same thing over here. See, you can like clearly count the different dots. But now those dots start to get blended together just a little bit. We're not losing them completely. We're just letting those get blended a little bit. Well, Bitron, I know we, oh yeah, we were talking about your elf color scheme last night, weren't we? The possibility of red, and that's, you gave me the idea of doing the burgundy stuff on well, the elves that we'll be painting tomorrow. So thanks again for kind of clarifying, just kind of focusing the thought train there onto some kind of a deep burgundies like what we were using on the Armada ships. That should be very fun. So again, we're just taking this a little blending brush here, and we've really, I think, softened up some of that. Now I gotta wait to do any more highlights in there. We'll start to go back to things like the ice. We got this over here. We might, I don't know, maybe throw some rust down there, but we'll certainly go a little bit lighter here. Well, actually, you know what? For funsies, we're just going to take the Radiant Turquoise, and actually mix that with a little bit of the Brilliant Yellow Pale. And that is maybe what we'll use here on A little bit of this metal here. This is not white by any stretch of the imagination. Can we, maybe we do some rust on these? Probably not. I think we'll just have to not quite do that. Mithron, actually, those color chart things that we talk about, sometimes it's kind of handy to just have a bunch of those out in front of you, because you'll see color combos, right? You're not just seeing a jar of paint sitting on a shelf or a tube of paint sitting in a box or whatever. You're seeing actual colors, right? So when you see, well, something like this, or when you see something like this, you start to say, oh, well, yeah, I kind of like this for this part of the miniature. And then we've got, well, you got something like this here. You say, oh, I kind of like that crazy brownish green over there, whatever. And you say, well, what made those two things? Oh, it was asphaltum mixed with the turquoise, just like we got the radiant turquoise and the, I almost said iridescent pearl white. I'm already on tomorrow. Wow, look at that. I'm already thinking about tomorrow and the true metallic metal gold. So I guess that means we have to do true metallic metals tomorrow. We might just have to do that. Again, I didn't realize how long it's been since we did the true metallic metal stuff. I kind of was wanting to do some regular non-metallic on those elves, but they're printable. I can print up more. Not a big deal. And again, we will print those, or we'll paint those, not quite in the same, not the blues that we use. Where's those Rivendell elves? Those are around her. There we go. So we'll do obviously the shiny gold stuff there, but we're not going to be doing the blue cloaks on them. So instead, we'll do that reddish color. Now I have to figure out where the heck the shields are. Who knows? I might even try and print a few shields later tonight if I can see where I didn't see any shields at all in the Kurzlook files. So Daniel, I don't know do you have the latest Kurzlook stuff? Because I couldn't find the darn shields anywhere. And I'm pretty sure I downloaded all the files, but I just didn't see any shields anywhere. All right, we'll have to get some of our lightest light there. We still didn't even get the lightest light in our snow yet. And again, that's done the old-fashioned way, so to speak. That's before we ever had the crushed glass. Many, many moons ago. So Steel, that would be it's from Crescent. It's just a hot press illustration board. The same stuff we do all the paintings on. These are 5x7 pieces. So yeah, it's all the same stuff we do for the paintings. All right, let me see if we can grab one of those here somehow. There you are. So it's the same stuff here that we used for our paintings. And sorry we haven't been able to do one of the 2D painting exercises in a while. It's, well, we've needed to do commission things and such, so hopefully maybe after Adepticon we can get back to doing some of our 2D art once again, because I do enjoy the heck out of that. And of course, like I was saying, you might also be seeing in the next few weeks potentially. It depends if I get the go ahead to actually paint that on stream. But I was able to convince Victoria to just send me the STL file. So not only did we print out a couple of the Adepticon Victoria miniature, I also printed it out at 72 mil scale, which should be really interesting. She's going to freak out when that happens. Oh, hey, Deuce. Oh, you have the 54 mils Rhino tank. So, Deuce, is that about like is it practically like a 1/35th scale Rhino that you got there now? I'm guessing it probably rivals around 1/35th, because even though 1/48th is definitely bigger than the usual 50, 1/50th scale or whatever. I don't know. I'm thinking a 54 mil. That's got to be about a 30, 1/35th scale. Yeah, Dano, because I saw he had some printed up, right? He posted on his Facebook page or something, and there was shields. And I'm like, what shields? So I'm gonna have to say, okay, if you're sending the Balrog, could you also send those shields? Because I didn't see him anywhere. I looked for him, and I thought, well, maybe there's just not supposed to be shields. It's very possible, right, Dano, that he just forgot to put those in. I could see that happening. Oh, geez, Deuce, we did actually paint a couple of Inquisitor figures back in the day. I painted, the only one I remember painting was the Steve Buttle one. I think Kathy might have painted one of the Inquisitor figures. And we're talking about 54 mil metal figures. So Armored Wolf, I'll try and get the Gandalf put together. I think we're going to make probably a lot of use of our gloss gel for probably some gaps there, and probably I forgot all about basically the liquid green stuff from Green Stuff World. That should work pretty good. So yeah, we've got ourselves a really fantastic large scale figure that Armored Wolf was kind enough to send here. And it's a full size, it's not just a bust or whatever of Gandalf. It's the full Gandalf. You're getting the full Gandalf. All right, where's our Indian yellow here? Just more of the Indian yellow. A little bit of the cadmium scarlet mixed in too. Ah, there we go. Boy, we're not going to really be able to get too much of our orangey gold color in there. I'll just try to work in a little bit there. There's two little files that were in the pack. Yeah, Dan, now, if you could just, I don't know, maybe drop me a message, say just look through that one folder, because I thought I looked through all of the folders, but apparently I did not. I could have sworn I scoured through every single folder. All right, here we get a little bit of that out here too. Now we need to do the same thing here, like what we did there. See the horizon line we did on that? We got to do that same thing over here. So first we'll probably work in maybe some of the Van Dyke Brown / brown matter into this. Again, thinking horizon line here. And it's broken up, as you can see, it's broken up. Well, we're gonna do the Sky Earth on that new army painting series with all of those basically Empire Knights and all of the Sky Earth there. You can bet we're gonna have lots of horizon lines painted on the horses barding, on all of the knights and their armor. Oh, that would be great, Dano. And I'm sure all of a sudden I'll just find him then, right? Couldn't find him before. Then once you say, look here, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's where they were. I probably looked at them and just didn't think of them as being shield. Now, of course, Diwali, sometimes their files are still done in Spanish, right? Now, of course, I don't mind it when it's a cavalry figure because I'll see caballo or whatever, and I was like, okay, at least that I know that says horse. That I know that might be, but the other stuff I'm never quite so sure. Yep, Stila, for sure. And of course, Stila would have no problem because Stila knows every language. Yeah, Stila is a universal translator. She knows all the languages. So Stila does not have that same difficulty. When I look at those things and go, what the heck file is that supposed to be? She could read it no problem because she knows all the languages. Hey, Thousand Young. Speaking of little digital files and some sculpting, there's Thousand Young. Everyone also, please go give Thousand Young a follow, because Thousand Young also streams. And Thousand Young is a very accomplished digital sculptor. So again, please go check out Thousand Young. I'm just trying to plop in a little bit of dark here. There we go, right along the edge of that. That's good enough. And that, maybe not going to be snow right there. Take some of that away. Same thing over here. Where's my Van Dyke Brown? There it is. Just going to make a couple little corrections / adjustments here. Especially when the tiny Stein, yes, the very tiny Stein. Which, of course, we still want to get that medicine cabinet here for the house. Again, the medicine cabinet that looks suspiciously like a mini fridge. But trust me, only will be filled with medicine. Just only the stuff that is keeps the stream going. Nothing that we would ever enjoy, of course. Nothing like that. No problem, Thousand Young. Those are some really amazing sculpts that you've been doing. And actually, Dano's working on sculpting a really fantastic piece. I'm sure you'll be seeing that on the Instas and maybe in the Discord there too. Who knows? There may come a time where Dano's going to be streaming sculpting 24 hours a day. And then also streaming printing the other 24 hours of the day. And then somehow do all the regular job and house and everything else in the other 24 hours of the day. That's what you call multitasking right there. That is some expert multitasking, somehow making a 72-hour day out of a 24-hour day. And let's just take our blending brush there and tone a little bit of that down. So Megan, I guess it's probably warm where you are then, if it's that warm where Erda Michael is. We got Rooster Rhythm in the house. Rooster Rhythm, how the heck are you doing? Happy Friday. Nice to see you. Again, doing a little bit of blending on some of these items here. Because we've placed those. We're going to come back into that and do some sharper edges there too, I think. Oh, where's my radiant green? Let's do some of this onto the toes here and maybe his fingernails too. Let's see. So Alexander Maximus wondering who is going to be the Saruman. Well, we would hopefully we would be the Sauron of oil paints, right? We would want to, or would we want to be the Iluvatar? Ooh, maybe we would want to be the Iluvatar of oil painting instead. Yes, that's it. I don't know. Maybe Steela and Grimm. That's what they're trying to become, the Celebrimbor of the oil paint world. Yes, that's what they're vying for, is the Celebrimbor, because they're gonna try and craft their own oils. So if you're a dwarf and Stila has given 6 other dwarves also some of her paints, that means that Stila has somehow been able to channel all of her malice and everything into her homemade oil paints. So you might want to beware. You might turn into a paint wraith or something like that after a while, just being exposed to Stila's hand-mixed oils there after a while. And of course, in secret, Stila has she's doing that with the Yin Min Blue. So Stila is forging her own secret one paint to rule them all. See, just they're so crazy with. Yeah, we're gonna have too many oils out here. We need one oil to rule them all. All of a sudden, there's gonna be all these different oil paints floating around out there. Yeah, that's true, Steela. We probably don't want to, oh, what's that called? Monologuing or something like that, where we tell everybody the evil plan so that they know exactly how they can foil it. I guess that's not being a pro villain right there. That's being an amateur villain. All right, so now we've got our lighter colors on the toenails. I don't know. We want to do that on the thumbnails here. A little smidge of that. The heck. Whatever. Good enough. Might get some. Yeah, well, let's just take some of the radiant blue. We'll mix it with some of our white over here, and we'll get some lighter highlights on his feet. Just gonna drop some of the thinner right there. I've been doing that more and more, and just like I got this little dropper bottle of thinner. Why am I not just putting a drop of thinner where I need it? I'm telling you, we may not even use this container anymore. Small as this already is, we may even be ditching that after a while. Now, so Crazy Wolf wants to be a Payne's Gray Wraith because what happens to Payne's Gray, right? It just disappears. It disappears into nothingness, which we can see in our color chart right here. Look at this. It's like Payne's Gray, boom, gone. And it didn't matter what it mixed into. It was just immediately wiped out. So that's what Crazy Wolf is going to be. Actually, Arta Michael, I kind of like that little, obviously the phone keyboard did a little bit of a foolie right there, but I like a Nazgoil that almost sounds a bit like an aluminum Nazgul or something like, or a Nazgul made out of aluminum foil. That would be a Nazgoil. That sounds about right. Oh, and there we go. See, Steela's got the. Is that going to be the start, the opening credits of the oil painting movie? And then, of course, at some point, Steela says, and all of them were, what was that? All of them were deceived. I think that's how it went. Yes, and then all of them were deceived. Well, the cerulean blue wraith would be a really, really pricey wraith. You never see him. You never see him around, but he's very expensive. He is the cerulean wraith has a very expensive taste, and you never see him for whatever reason. Let's see, paint wraith better known as the Nazgul. There we go. Hey, Sammy, how you doing? I'm just trying to get caught up there. Also, too, just trying to get some of the lighter skin tone here. We'll probably get a little bit of the, maybe a little bit of the violet in there. Perhaps. We're probably going to get some of the magenta in here too, because as I just look over this guy, there's some magenta in the skin tone there. We'll use some of that too. So of course the Prussian wraith, that's going to be the most militaristic of all of the race, the most violent of course probably. It's just going to again take over. It's going to try and take over all of the palette. Because, I mean, that's what Prussian blue does, right? And then, I guess, Steela, what would you call the cobalt violet? Oh my gosh, that would be a failed state. That would be the Smaug right there. So nice to see you again, Sammy. Yeah, I think that would be Smaug right there. Very expensive, but in the end, gets taken out very easily by some fool with an arrow. As we lighten this up just a bit here too, we'll come back in again with our blending brush to fade some of that out. But first, let's hit some of the lights over here, right? Let's get some of these on his foot. So again, tomorrow, we prepped a bunch of these. We got 5 cav and 5 infantry. It just is hilarious. I shrank these down, what, 7%? But it essentially makes them the same size as Rohan and Harad and all of the Gondalorians there. So seriously, he's only about the same size as this, pretty much. All right, Velfair. Let's do these two side by side. All right, and let's do a little bit of film noir. I'll bet you any money you don't really see a whole lot of difference in some of the value here. Maybe you do, maybe you do, but when we bring this back, I think keep a real close look on this and the skin. Look at that. See, there's not much difference value-wise there. I think we'll see a lot when we bring that color back. Oh yeah. Now you can see the turquoise there, very much a violet there, and when we bring in the radiant magenta, boy, you're really going to see that. I think you'll really see it there. So Velfera, thanks so much for the bits as well, and well, we'll see you tomorrow. And I won't say anything else. I won't say anything else because we know that just jinxes it. So we'll leave it there. I will see you tomorrow. We won't say anything else ever again because that just tempts fate. So we won't do that. We will lighten that up a bit and potentially here too. Yes, indeed. So Steela wants Gandalf the Pain's Grey to come back as Gandalf the Titanium White. Now, of course, would it be Radagast the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, Radagast the Gamlin Van Dyke Brown, or Radagast? Well, it probably wouldn't be that because that's charred animal bones. So I'm thinking Radagast would not want to be any of the Van Dyke Browns since they're made with charred animal bones. So I guess would he be Radagast, the Burnt Umber? I don't know if he would like that either. So again, thanks for joining here. See you tomorrow, and we should have some fun on those elves again. If I ever print these up again, we'll probably do them at 93 or maybe 95%, something along those lines. Do I want to lighten up his foot anymore? The underside of that foot? Nah, we won't do that. Let's get to some of that magenta we were just talking about here. Oh, what the heck. I'm just going to throw a dot of thinner on that. Swear I'm going to start using that dropper bottle of thinner more and less fooling around with my little container. And that radiant violet, that's been sitting there a while. Yeah, that even this stuff will dry up. Okay, let's get some violet out here up towards the top. It's not so much about how light it is, it's more about the change in the color there. And once again, we're just going to put these striations out there. We will come back with the blending brush. We'll take those down, make them not quite as noticeable. Let's do that here. Okay, just about ready to go there. So Steel, we're gonna have to then ask Steela what we'll call our new our twisted Middle Earth theater with all of our crazy puppet shows when they eventually end up on TikTok there. I I think it's actually going to rival the Amazon series. Who knows? It might be more popular than the Amazon series. It might even be bigger than that. And certainly a lower budget. Certainly a lower budget than the Amazon series. So talk about making do with not a whole bunch. It's proof that you can have epic television with no budget. All right, let's get the little more of that magenta right here. Maybe on on his forehead too. I'll try and get some of that on the lips there because we don't want those to be yellow. One of those actually have, well, more of a magenta look to them. All right, so I think the arm now starts to, again, it's not just lighter, not just lighter, it's also got some of that magenta in it. And let's do a little bit of fading there. Some of those are a little bit too strong. So we'll just, maybe we'll throw a little bit of the magenta down here. I mean, of course, all of us fans of Middle-earth strategy battle game are hoping that that is at least not disastrous, because we don't want that taken interest away from our game. Or I don't really ever see Games Workshop doing anything from that show. I don't think they're willing to spend that kind of money on expanding whatever license maybe they have. It would be interesting if they did, but not gonna hold my breath for something like that. So Sammy's got some, sounds like some computer blues right there. It's sometimes, it's weird. Sometimes an upgrade can be a degrade. It's shouldn't really work that way, should it? Upgrade should be an upgrade, but I don't know. There were parts of the new phone that not necessarily quite an upgrade. Do I need to darken some of this? I'm gonna get a little bit of dark here. We'll work on our chain. Let's work on some of the chain here real quick. Were you going to be doing a stream later tonight? I've been meaning to ask. Wasn't sure. I know you did your stream last night already, so I wasn't sure if that meant you were going to be streaming again tonight. Now, I know there was that article that was on all the Middle-earth SBG groups yesterday or the day before about that license going up for sale and what that might mean for MESPG. I don't really see any other companies having an interest in doing what GW did. Can't really imagine that. So we're gonna try and get some of our latest light here on the chain. And that this chain's nowhere near as big as the chain on the one we were painting last night. Very tiny little chain here. So some karate practice tonight. And just picking out a couple of the lights here on this chain. Don't want to make it too light. We'll probably do the same thing on the metal that's right here. A couple of little maybe glints of light there on this, and I was tempted to do a little bit of rust on there. I don't know, maybe we still do that. Probably want to let that set for a little while first anyways, because most likely the rust would be done in sort of a pin line wash type fashion. Now, I don't know if anybody... oh, Landrest, you haven't messed with the Highland Miniatures steam tank yet, have you? I'm just curious how many build plates it might take to do that on the Sonic 4K. Or is that something I should just wait till I get the larger printer to print out, or should I maybe just try and do at least one on the Mini 4K? All right, Thousand Young, I figured it had to be awful late there, or awful early in the morning. So thank you so much, and everybody please give Thousand Young a follow. Thousand Young, if you want to, on the way out, throw one of your Instagram links out there so people can see the really fantastic stuff that you sculpt. That would be great. Maybe I wonder if Steela's heading off to go get some chow. Wonder if that's going to be some Korean barbecue, because we would really love some of that. And let's do a little bit of a highlight on top of the metal right there. Oh, let's get the eyebrows maybe a little lighter too, and then we can work back in. I think it's finally time to get back around to some of the ice shards again. We had to let our latest application in there just have some time to set before we went back in again. And there's 1,000 Young's latest sculpt all finished. So again, everybody please go check that out. And again, give 1,000 Young lots of kudos and congratulations. Now, this is another place here. We need to get some light over here now. Somehow, that's missing out on some highlights over here. And we actually got some skin over there. We'll just mess around with some of this here. And it should be mixing with all of the existing violet and such. There we go. It didn't take much. Just that was a little dark back there. Just took a few brush strokes to change that all around. All right, well, 1,000 Young, you have a good one, and I'll see you later. I might even put a little bit of the violet over here on this hammer, mace, whatever you want to call it. All right, enough of that. Let's maybe try some darker applications here. Maybe some of the Van Dyke brown and indigo mixed together. Again, a little bit of a pin line wash here. I think it's some places just to darken that down. We've got an awful lot of middle tones here. We have middle tones and a couple of lights, but not many strong darks. Maybe that's something we need here. Same thing here. I don't want it to look like it's metal with reflected light, but... So again, that's a pin line wash, and look, this is if we were to do that with acrylics, we'd have all kinds of watermarks. We're not going to have any watermarks here because, well, there's no water. No water, no watermarks. That's what makes kind of interesting prospect with doing the glazing with the oils, is that not having to worry about things like watermarks. Not going to happen to you. So it's really not a wash, not in the classic, what would you say, the acrylic sense of the word, because all this is just a little bit of that very thin down paint that's sitting on the brush, and all we can do is just touch it there. We're not actually painting that on or brushing that on like you would the acrylics. So it's a little bit of a different process here. And they call it a pin line wash or a panel line wash because, well, typically they're using that on the panels of a vehicle. Now here we utilize that to do some of some of that sand that you see there. That wasn't actually weathering powders. That was actually an oil, like a pin line wash right there. But this was a vehicle that we painted. This is all done with the oils, not layer after layer, right? Letting something dry and then moving on. No, that was 100% just wet oils on top of wet oils. And when we do those 40K vehicles, guess what? We'll be doing the same sort of thing. Go back to some of my Terra Rosa here, some of the orange. Finally darkening that down. Now we got to lighten that up because we want to have that same sort of horizon line like we have there. We're not quite there on that horizon line just yet. Some of our white there. And it's right here underneath. Right there underneath that piece of bone, or again, a horizon line. The lightest light next to the darkest dark, typically going to be your horizon line. If you remember on the, I think it was the Dunlendings, yeah, it was the Dunlendings where we had basically you could see in the horizon line that there was, that the village was on fire. Just lighten that up a little bit right there. Rooster, that's oh, that mighty Italian tiger of the desert right there. That little piece of tinfoil with tracks. I mean, it's literally tinfoil with tracks on it, right? Alexander, it's a little, again, it's a little bit more complicated than that because each color is got a different consistency, right? So let's say this white here, if I wanted that to be a pin line wash for whatever reason, I would have to really work the thinner in there because opaque colors are just going to take more to thin down like that to that degree. Colors like the Van Dyke Brown or the Black Spinel, the Indigo, the phthalo colors, those will not take anywhere near as much thinner because, well, they're not the opaque type colors, right? Other thing that important to keep in mind with the oils is that you can thin them, you cannot dilute them. So it's not going to be like an acrylic wash either, where if you take white and add a lot of water to it, it's going to be more like a dingy grayish or something like that. Nope. You can thin down white to about 99% odorless thinner, but you are still going to have white. That's just kind of how that works. And again, it's not really necessarily quite the type of pin line wash that you would see on a vehicle, but we had to come up with some kind of a name for it, and it's vaguely similar to like what they do on the vehicles with the pin line washes. It's, again, not precise, it's not the exact same thing. The closest thing I could find, really. And sometimes I'll just take my little dropper bottle of thinner here and I'll just drop, I mean, even here, right, it's on the Brilliant Yellow Pale, I'm just putting a drop there just to soften that up. So we're kind of pre-softening the paint a little bit there. You could do that a half an hour before you start, an hour or two before you start. Just, again, break down, soften up the paint a little bit. We're going to get some of that magenta all the way over here. Color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere, right? Must go everywhere. And sometimes I'll just throw a little drop of thinner on there, but if I think I'm going to need a lot of it. Other times, I might just grab a little bit from my tiny container of thinner. And of course, there's a little bit of balance, right? Because a pin line wash and oils is going everywhere. It's not like acrylics where it just kind of has a sort of capillary action. Yeah, the oils, they have true capillary action. Which means you thin those down, they're going everywhere. Which means maybe on a miniature that's got some mold lines or something freaky like that happening, means that that's going to want to go down and follow all of those mold lines too. Just throwing that out there. Hey, cat herder, how you doing? Now, of course, when I'm looking to do dry brushy type stuff, I don't do that. You'll notice there's some colors I don't do that to. I pretty much just do it to some of the opaques up there, or a color that's maybe been used 2 or 3 times over the last couple of days, maybe. But I don't do that all the time, and typically only to those more opaque colors. I don't usually even do that to the radiance very much. Now here I noticed on some of the little skelly friends here, we have some of our cooler colors on there, but we don't have any warm colors. And that we'll go back over here to the brown matter alizarin. Lighten that up some more, but for right now, I'm just looking at this going, yeah, that's got too much of the turquoise in it. And for folks that aren't familiar with these are from Archvillain games. You can see that logo right there. Really enjoy their stuff. I've used it now in the latest army painting series that I just finished on the Patreon page. It's really nice because they have the large creatures, cavalry, infantry, really, really, really big creatures, monstrous infantry. Let's see. So Alexander, it's just about not isolating colors and orphaning colors. So that indigo, we probably want the indigo in as many different parts of this, on the base, on his weapon, on the skin, maybe even up here. Because if, let's say you just put magenta in one tiny spot on the miniature, that will stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. And you'll have to say, so how in the world did that color get there? And why is it not anywhere else on the miniature? That tends to be something that people do. They create orphan colors. And that's why we do the pre-glaze, because as you saw, right, when you got sponges like this and there's color just being smushed all over the place, you're likely to push some of the indigo into the brown, some of the indigo into the purples, some of the violet going into the onto the golds here, right? Because we're going to want that on there anyway, because light reflects, color reflects. Wear a hot pink t-shirt or a lime green t-shirt. Go look at yourself in the mirror. Guess what the bottom of your face is going to be? You are what you wear. Your face is not made of metal, but guess what? It still reflects that color. So light bounces around, and that's why we want to have that color going all over the place, because if we don't, it's just like with metals. How do you explain the fact that there are no reflections there? Was there some kind of magic anti-reflection coating put on that armor or whatever shiny thing it is? Like here, we need to get some of that greenish color down in here. Why? Because there's the snow right underneath it, right? If it's supposed to be gold, how would that not have a little bit of a greenish cast? It should have something there. Hey, Lamines, how you doing? And Armored Wolf has created a new hashtag, don't paint orphan colors. So yeah, don't orphan your colors. Don't orphan them. Now, of course, in art school, that particular idea was taught a little bit more roughly. Yeah, even in high school, I think there was a little bit more merciless. It's like, so you decided to orphan little phthalo green over here? Why did you orphan that little bit of naphthol red? What did naphthol red do to deserve to be an orphan like that? And that would be a part of the public critiques. Yes, Critique Thursday was also known as End of Days Thursdays, because not everybody survived Critique Thursday. There would be times where people would run out of the room crying and we'd never see them again for the rest of the year. Only the strong survived in the watercolor class. Oh, they were all of them deceived. That's how it went, that phrase. All right, see, we've even got a little bit of that green now on the wood here. Of course, wood almost very rarely ever is brown, right? It's usually some kind of grayish green at that. So Deuce has the shady wolves. Deuce got a whole bunch of shady wolves right there. Let's see, how did that work? Oh, our fundamentals. Yeah, that very first year of art school, we started out with what, 20 some odd people? I think there was 23 people that started out. We had 3 mid-year replacements, and we ended up with 9 folks sitting in the room by the time that year ended. So yeah, only 6 of the original 23 survived. Well, the world that you were going into is way rougher than that art school. That art school was romper room by comparison to the world you were entering. So if you couldn't survive the art school, you weren't going to survive the outer world. Do we have any more skelly friends sitting around? Oh yeah, we got this one here. So again, you can see that there's plenty of, look, even on the bone here, right? There's some of the greenish colors. We got that on our little skelly friends over here. That's because some of that pre-glaze just hit those. So yeah, the reflections are really, really, really cool. I mean, we can see it here, I think, too, right? So you got that reflected light here. Again, the snow reflected on that. That's supposed to be shiny. How in the world is that not reflecting there? Now here, not quite so shiny, right? So less with the reflected light. Oh, there's just still a little bit. We brought some of the turquoise over here, even into that metal. So Laminus, I hope that you're doing well. And let me see. Well, oh, Cat Herder. So yeah, just like Cat Herder was saying there. Sorry, Cat Herder. I didn't see the chat kind of scrolled up quickly. And of course, well, my camera boom is sort of in the way of the chat. I can barely see it. It's just kind of the nature of the beast with these larger ones like this. Shouldn't be quite the case with our much, much tinier elves tomorrow. And by much tinier, I mean they are much tinier. Well, here, that's there's a difference in size right there. So again, you want to you've got basically indigo all across this whole thing. You got it in the wood here. You got it in the ground. You even got some of it in the snow, which actually I have to lighten up some of that snow in just a second here. Now that that snow has had a little more time to set, we want to be patient little hobbitses, right? We also got a couple of skelly friends here that need to be lightened up. Let's do that too. Where's some brilliant yellow pale? There we go. And again, I just threw a little bit of the thinner on top of the brilliant yellow pale, just to break it down a bit. Part of it is that brilliant yellow pale. I've been using it for a few sessions now. Kind of freshens it up a bit. I don't know how much more we wanted to lighten that. This all needs to get kind of blended together right there. Oh, yeah. Wind up that skelly friend here too. Now, speaking of skelly friends, I wonder if anybody ever wants to see skellies being painted, like actual skellies. You can always go over to Catch Jinxed on her stream. I know I don't know if she streams on other days besides the weekends, but I know she usually streams on the weekends. And she's always got some skellies out there. Well, almost always, not 100% of the time. All right, that guy there. We're going to take some of the brown matter. And this is not, again, going to be a straight up pin line wash or anything like that. We did thin it down pretty good. Look at how that sticks there. I really don't think that would have stuck there very well. See, we also have some of the indigo right over here on that side of that skull, just again to indicate it's right next to a whole bunch of very reflective stuff. More brown matter here. That's just getting all a little bit too light. There we go. We'll use this as another one of our micro blending brushes here. Like so, good enough. Yeah, it's just when in doubt, make things darker, right? Sometimes you just gotta make stuff darker. And now if I do a little bit of a highlight over here, that's gonna actually have impact. You can find yourself trying to highlight the snot out of something. There's no dark around it. You could add white if you wanted to. Won't make a difference. White next to slightly less white is still pretty much white. And also, you always want to think about those other types of contrast, right? Got a lot of hard edge contrast over here. Look at this. The Skelly friend, very soft. Hard edges here, right? Because we want that ice shard to look like a very hard surface. Now, I think I might even with the smaller brush and also some very thin one, just put another drop in there just to really break this down and thin this up. See what happens with this on some of the snow. Bam, look at that. Wow, that really does lighten that up. Thinner paint over thicker paint. Also, that paint's been sitting there a while, so in some ways, by default, it kind of thickens it up a little bit. Now, so Alexander, there's probably some paints on this palette. Things like Egyptian Violet for whatever reason. Well, your cadmiums, of course. Gee whiz, I think I've had little dots of cadmium that I've transferred from one palette to the next for probably a week or maybe 7, 8 days or something like that because those darn cadmiums just stick around forever. Now, there's other stuff like your brown matter and purple matter. Those will dry pretty much by the next day. They'll be rough to try and transfer to another palette. They'll certainly have a skin over the top of them. It will depend on, again, oil paints are very different one color to the next. They're not anything like acrylics, where acrylics are going to be much more similar from one to the next. But I don't clean any palette or anything like that. Once I'm done with this palette, I just basically unclip it from the cardboard that it's sitting on and throw away that piece of parchment paper that it's sitting on. That's all that is just a piece of parchment paper. So nothing to clean. There's basically no paint on there. It's by the time I'm throwing it in the garbage, it's essentially dry. There's very little wet paint on there at all. Ah, there we go. I knew I needed to get a little bit more of the lighter white back here on this part of the snow. There. I mean, I would just keep using the same palette over and over again. It's very difficult in, say, a video or whatever for people to see what it is that I'm doing if I've just got the same mass of just stuff everywhere. So that's the only reason why I just break out new palettes. Otherwise, I wouldn't care because I don't care about those kind of things. And I know for some folks, they really get very antsy about things being more neat and tidy. A little bit more on my white over here, maybe? Yeah, let's do a little bit more of that over here. Just a few touches there. Again, you have to have a light grip on that brush. Let me see if I think I have one. There we go. Yeah, so it's just a piece of parchment paper, and I just got some clips that are holding that parchment paper to the cardboard. I used to use the not blue tack, but I used to use the glue sticks. But the new parchment paper that I got, it's a little too waxy, and the glue stick really doesn't hold it down at all. Turns out that actually the clips are better because I could actually take a palette off of there, maybe put another palette on if I still have colors on there that are going to be good that I wouldn't be using maybe on the next video. I can just bring back that same palette again, just unclip the old one, clip the new one back on there. Again, just to throw in some of my lighter lights here, and we'll be hitting this with the heavy gloss gel, trying to create some additional ice effects here like we did on the Troll King. But we'll have to be patient. We'll have to wait for this stuff to dry. Well, our first couple of trolls, those are all dry. We can get into those with our little ice effects. And of course, as far as the drying time goes with the oils, you're probably gonna be looking at an 8 to 18 hour drying time. It depends what colors you use. If you use a lot of cadmiums, expect that to be longer, because cadmiums will take a long time to dry. But yeah, other colors, shockingly fast by comparison. And of course, if you're not using a ton of paint, you shouldn't have to, well, you shouldn't have to be waiting days and days for anything to dry. That could be something with the primer. It could be something with how much paint you got on there. And then there's also some paints, well, notoriously the Archvillain paints, which could take a few generations to dry, because for whatever reason, I don't know why, but that's just kind of how they are. And that's all I do, Alexander, is I just throw a little bit of that high quality thinner, just a drop or two of it. But you'll get a handle for which paints are going to survive longer and which ones it's like, yep, can't save that one. That's just, might as well get rid of it. It's a gone goose. So we'll take some of that lighter green. We're just going to fade that with our micro blending brush here. Now we're really trying to get some nice little transparency here to some of these ice shards. Again, you can see, look, I only got 2 fingers on the brush. Seriously, this is it. Just these 2 fingers on the brush so that I can have a nice, gentle grip on that brush and get it where I need it to go. Just like so. So Alexander, all of them, they're all done this way. So it's basically a nice little transition in the skin. So the chest and the face has more of the purple in it, but the hands and the feet more of a blue. Let's see, where's our little orc lady here? Let's grab her, because the skin tone is much more interesting when it's got variety here. The same thing. You can see there's more warmer greens there, and then as you get down there, the greens become cooler, right? Out towards the extremities there, you got some Terra Rosa even though the skin is green, there's very little green there. So people will look at that and say, oh, it's got green skin. Maybe 15% of that is actual green skin tone. So the feet and the arms are all done the same way. There it is. Let's get some of that down here. Where's our other, oh, you can't see that. We need some of that here too. Bam, like that. Yeah, that's got a little bit of the radiant turquoise mixed into the green. Get some of that down here. Oh, wow, we don't have anything over there. I'm going to go more of the turquoise for that, though. Right there. Yeah, and we never really did that down here either. Like so. I'll let that get mixed by our little micro blending brush here. Alexander, it's not necessarily The same with the human skin tones. It's just when you look at an awful lot of the monster type things, you'll see that there's going to be a lot of color transitions in their skin because, well, it's a fantasy thing, right? It's a pretend critter. You're trying to do something a little bit different than the human skin tones, and having that little bit of exchange there of the colors is just a little bit more fun to look at. And thank you so much, Sarge. Boy, we could use some, we could really use the Shamrock Shake. I think the last one we had was when you were here last. Thank you very much. Now we have, well, here, I mean, this is more of our human type skin tone here. So it's very different on human type skin tone. Things that are more rosy, more gray, that's going to be determined by whether there's fatty tissue there, whether there's maybe, well, your 5 o'clock shadow, whether there's blood vessels near the surface. But obviously these guys are fantasy critters, so you don't quite know where maybe some of those blood vessels are and what color their blood might just be. So it's a little bit different with the human skin tone. So Sarge, hopefully your workday continues to proceed and getting closer, inching closer to that time where you won't have to be there anymore. There's another one. Here's another one right here. Well, we need to get that lighter green down in there. Boom, like so. Same over here. So with stuff like the orc skin or this bluish purple troll skin, to try and have any kind of difference, you really don't have that same opportunity like you do with the human skin, where you go, yeah, this is typically where you would see some rosier skin. This is where you might see something like, well, a 5 o'clock shadow. And it doesn't matter whether you're male or female, there's going to be parts of the face or whatever where the skin looks almost grayish by comparison or more greenish. Again, that's all going to be due to maybe, well, what's around that particular part of the skin, or it could even be influenced by the hair color too. That can matter. Sarge is home now. Boy, that's yeah, I'm sure that's a relief. Now, Sarge, I know you've got the diorama there. Did you actually get a chance to print out those pieces of your ship then? And that was, wasn't that the Asgard Rise, or was it the Loot Studios longboat that she used? I'm pretty sure it was a longboat. I wasn't able to find that article that I was telling you about, where the guy basically made his own Corsair ships. I have to find that still. Haven't been quite so, who knows, maybe it's been taken down, maybe it doesn't exist anymore, but I'll still try to find that article for you. Here we got a little bit more of our lighter grays here. Let's keep going with our white. Not super thin down though. This right here, there's no real sharp edge there, especially nothing there. And then we need to do those little crosswise shapes. We did them on, where's our other guy? Here he is. We did them on this one. You see him here on those bigger facets right there. We're going to do a couple of lines like that. So Alexander, as always with the oils, less is more and more is way too much. You don't want to just keep throwing paint on there. You would almost be better off to maybe wipe some paint off or whatever, and then maybe put a little bit more on. But if you just keep piling that paint on there, A, it's going to take 7 years to dry, and that's not really what you want to be doing with the oils. You don't need to pile up lots of color, because remember, it's not about layering. All of these things, what did we do? We threw some dark color in there, we took a blending brush, we blended it. Same thing here. We just threw some lighter colors on there, took a blending brush and blended. That was not layer after layer of gradually lighter color. And of course, this is what I do all the time, find references. Google is there for a reason, and it's really easy to find thousands upon thousands of really fantastic reference pictures. Right, when I go to do that army painting series with the fully armored horses and those knights, I'm gonna have several pictures that I'm working from. I'm not just gonna be Now, of course, I've done enough of it that I could probably just do it out of my head, but I will have references, pictures in the video for sure, especially so people can maybe see what it is that I'm trying to replicate. So it is the Loot Studios one. Oh yeah, Sarge, we had a really interesting story here. So remember that jar of Soraya Smoky Black that basically Amazon lost for whatever reason? So I got it directly from Soraya. Now I saved the $5 in sales tax and it cost $1 less. But guess who shipped it here? It was shipped via Amazon and it showed up within 48 hours. So Amazon couldn't manage to get that same jar of resin here for $6 more. And it's been now at least 4 or 5 days. But yet somehow, through someone else, they shipped that same bottle in like less than 48 hours. It was maybe about 30, 38, 39 hours max. So I would suggest to anybody, again, that's getting the Soraya Smoky Black, just get it direct from Soraya. Save yourself the sales tax. There's no shipping charge either. It's even cheaper than Amazon. And I guess you got a better chance of actually getting the stuff too. And I know there's more and more people that are messing around with the Soraya resins. And I understand that folks really would like to have more one-size-fits-all solutions with the oils and stuff. But that's a little bit like 3D printing, where there are no one-size-fits-all solutions. Your printer could act very different depending on where you live, where it is in your house. You could literally have 3 of the exact same printer with the exact same resin in 3 different parts of your house, depending on where you live, and you get 3 very different results. So I do apologize that there's not more of the, well, you do this every single time and you'll be gold. Unfortunately, not quite the way the oils work. There's a little more differences between the colors and other factors. Not going to lighten up the end of this too much because then it's going to rival whatever metals that we have going on here. So again, we'll just pop in some more lights down here on this snow. I think we can get away with that because that's been there a long time. I don't think I'll be sticking my finger into that. It was one of the reasons I was avoiding a couple of areas is, well, I'm probably just going to stick my hand in there. All of these areas, we'll just hit that again with our heavy gloss gel and create some ice effects there. You know what, I might try to get a little more reflected light right on that one spot. Boom, there we go. Now these guys over here, I'm going to see if I can't take some of that Prussian blue. Can we make a harder, darker edge here on a couple of these? Yes, we can. It's a little tricky on these spots here. I think that sort of works. I think we worked out the stuff that's on his arm pretty well. This is a little trickier here. Also, there's this stone is literally in my way as I go to try and paint that there. It's just all of a sudden the brush wasn't moving anymore because it was bouncing off of that stone. Yeah, sorry, I think I've printed out my first Loot Studio miniature in quite a while. A couple of days ago, before the Great Resin Crisis started. All right, where's that one brush here? So this here, that's just a big old blob there. We never quite did get to do this. Look at this. See, there's no layering there, right? What did we do? We took that big old blob of color and we quite literally stretched it down here into that lighter color and made a nice little fade out of that instead of one layer after another layer. I know that can be a little bit tough for folks that are used to doing that with the acrylics. It's just with the oils, you do that, you're really not taking advantage of what they can do, for sure, definitely. And they really just won't work all that well in that kind of, it's not really the way you want to be working with the oils. Let's see if I can go back to thin down white here. This really needs to be clarified. There is a whole lot of weirdness going on right here. And I think it's because we need to get some more of our lighter green there in some of the recesses. Or we could just do something like this. We'll just take the Prussian blue maybe. We'll mix that with our turquoise. What do we have here? Not enough light there. And I'm going to go lighter. I'm just going to go lighter with that. Let me see what happens. I've got almost straight up radiant turquoise there. Still maybe not quite enough. Might have to go a little lighter. And we'll go a little bit lighter here too. And oh, there, right along that edge. And this is that lighter sort of Prussian blue turquoise mix. Let it mix with what's there is actually a little bit of turquoise in there too. Or sorry, a little bit of the violet. That's from the pre-glaze still. We're still working with pre-glaze that we did, what, 3 hours, 32 minutes ago? Oh, and by the way, for folks that are new here, yes, 3 hours, 32 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no color on it whatsoever. Now, the plan tomorrow is to do one of our Saturday challenges. That's where I have a whole bunch of figures. In this case, it'll be a bunch of these basically Rivendell elves. Those are from Kurzlook. And we're going to try and paint as many of those as we can during the course of the stream. And there is no color scheme determined right now, except that maybe we want to do at least this type of burgundy color on things like the cloaks. Other than that, I think we'll also be going with the true metallic metals there. So yeah, Alexander, we actually did that on one of the sales where I just said, that's just going to be too much paint there. It's going to be a struggle. And I just wiped some of the paint away with the sponge and then kept going. And there's nothing wrong with taking the sponge out and wiping away some paint. You don't have to wipe it all away. You can just get rid of some of it, and then you just pick up again. Just start up where you left off. That's what makes oils so flexible. Because you can say, you know what, that area just did not work out. Where's that flag that we did? That was the gambling banner here. So I was trying to use that pattern over here. It wasn't working, so I just wiped it away. And then I just painted a whole new pattern there. And it was so much easier than trying to struggle, paint over what was there. There was no point in struggling. More of that. Oh, he never did get any lighter color on his finger down there. Actually, the hand over here, I might try to sneak in some of the darker color in under here. That's just gonna grab some of the indigo. I mean, this is what we used in the pre-glaze. Why not throw some more of it in here too? Yeah, I know you can't see any of that, but just had to be done. We do have a blending brush right here. And now, of course, Alexander, let me see if I can find that one where we did a whole video on the humans. Yeah, here we go. There's the Terra Rosa. And somewhere we've got the painting that went with it. There it is. Yeah. So this was all part of the same video here. Where's the miniature? So first we did the color chart. Obviously, Terra Rosa is a key color that we always use for the start of skin. And we painted this little portrait right here. And then we painted the miniature. So all three of these were part of the same video. I would suggest maybe giving that a little look-see right there. It might be very helpful for you. And of course, one way to keep the Terra Rosa under control is, well, you do an opening glaze of Van Dyke Brown, a pre-glaze Van Dyke Brown, maybe Asphaltum, some sort of color like that. That can also keep your Terra Rosa from getting too intense right away. Terra Rosa, that's a potent color right there. It is the only, well, there aren't many, we'll just put it that way, opaque earth tones. That is one of them. That is certainly one of the few opaque earth tones. All right, this has to be different here. What are we, you know what, we're going to do something like this. We are going to change this around. We're making ourselves a little bit of an executive decision to make an adjustment here. And I think we'll like this better. All right, that part is done. Now we're going to take this and we're going to fade this up like so. There we go. Yes. All right, that makes all, there we go. All of this, it was looking a little bit weird, and that little bit of a change just seems to have done the trick. So Alexander, there's not a lot of the titanium white. That is, the white is something that gets used pretty sparingly. That's why we use things like the brilliant yellow pale. That's why we use a lot of these radiants here, because that way you're able to get some lighter color in there, but not so much with the white, because the white has just no color in it whatsoever. And that is more prone to just making things look chalky, especially skin tone, So that's why something like a brilliant yellow pale is going to maybe be a better choice for lightening up those skin tones, because again, you won't get that same chalkiness. More of the darker phthalo blue here. This is another area here. I'm going to try and get a little more definition right on this and up here to it. There's an awful lot of yeah, there we go. That's not quite so thick anymore with our lighter color. And Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Hopefully you were able to find at least something that was similar to those little illustration boards that I was talking about. Lighten this up just a smidge over here too. I just realized that these don't have much in the way of lights on them. So yeah, Doji, I've got a whole bunch of these prepped up for a nice, hopefully a very nice long stream tomorrow. Again, we'll be doing some burgundy on them, and I thought maybe we will do some true metallic metals. I realize it's been a while now since the last time I did a true metallic metal stream. That was not the original plan, but I thought maybe that would be good for folks. And thank you so much, Alex. We could really use some of this right now. Thank you so much. Oh, that is very good. Thank you so much for some medicine. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, see we got nice little bright glints of metal there. Let's make sure we have those same glints of ice up here. Right now, this is another one that got a little bit fuzzy right here. We're going to have to sort of reconstruct that a little bit or deconstruct it. So Doshi, uh, right here, the Thousand Sun series, talking about gold non-metallic. There's a wee bit on here, right? That's an entire army painting series, so I would suggest you go check that one out. And thank you, Spider-Man, thank you very much. Someone trying to start a Blitzkrieg, of course, right? Because yeah, it takes more that. Well, you could do a Blitzkrieg against yourself. You could do that. I think it's maybe Series 25 was the Thousand Suns. We'll find out in a second. No, Series 23. So right there, Series 23. That's basically 4 episodes worth of non-metallic gold in oils. So there you go. That's you can't get much more non-metallic gold than that, can ya? That's going to be quite a heaping dose of you for your non-metallic gold. And thank you so much, Sammy. Appreciate that. Not quite sure why it hasn't played your sound yet. But thank you so much for that, Sammy. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. And here is yeah, this is well, here's the one from yesterday. And this is the last of the 4 troll poses. I think this is what we painted last Friday. So yeah, this is the troll from last Friday. Again, these are all from Archvillain right here. And oh, Crazy Wolf, thank you very much. Appreciate that. All the bitses and cheers and stuff, well, they're appreciated all the time, but when you get right around this time of the month here, they're actually even more valuable. So thank you so much. And Varl B Gem, Varl B, nice to see you again. Thank you so much. We'll see. What the heck is that thing that's sitting around here somewhere? Oh, there he is. There you are, just in case. Now, of course, we've got some new texture. These just came in earlier today from Green Stuff World. So we will try and get some miniatures ready to go for these. And we'll certainly do some basing videos on those. And Spider-Man just happens to bring out, a little something. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm going to bash this thing. But he's going to retreat because you can never compete with the hype train. There it is, all aboard the hype train. There it is. Out of the way, out of the way. Move aside, move aside. That is the hype train there. Now let me see if I can find, here we go. Just in case we should need that. We've got that ready too. Just in case.
So say we all.
So Spider-Man, thank you so much for the bitses and the subs too, generating that little hype train. I think, didn't we have a hype train last week? Maybe during the big long stream? I think so. I'm not sure, but I think we did. Oh, maybe a little bit on the scaly friends down here. So thank you so much for all those subs there too. Lots of folks getting themselves some gift subs courtesy of Spider-Man. Spider-Man doing stuff that only Spider-Man can do. Until Sammy says, oh wait, seriously? Seriously, I can play this game too. I can play the Bits game. I think we've got some folks that are looking to, maybe they're going to get themselves a Mr. Giggles emote or something like that. If I can, I was hoping to have maybe some new emotes tomorrow. Well, I don't know if they'll be approved or not, but we'll try and make some tonight, and maybe, I don't know if I'll have time before the stream tomorrow to try and maybe make some more. So yeah, the that's right. There's a little hype train badge, right? And then of course there's all of the like Mr. Giggles and Woody, and of course I think only Armored Wolf has the Prinkles the cat emote. I'm pretty sure. I think Sarge is all the way up to Jeeves and Birdie. I think so. I would be, yeah, I'm sure that Sarge is pretty much everything shy of Prinkles the cat. So thanks again so much for all the bitses and stuff. Some of these, we're just trying to secure as many files as we can for, like those vehicle files. Oh, speaking of 40K, I now have a 72 mil sized Sister of Battle file. So yeah, we're gonna
So say we all.
we'll paint her up in this color scheme, of course, which I think is going to be a real blast. And thank you so much, Sammy, because that means that looks like I would say that's a level 2 hype train. So when a level 2 hype train comes along, well, it changes a little bit. That's a slightly different train. Uh-oh, look at that. That's a little bit different of a train right there. All aboard the hype train. Hype train. And that goes all the way back to our cookie decorating stream, not this Christmas, but the Christmas before this one. So thanks so much, Sammy. Appreciate that. And another level on the hype train. Now, what are we gonna do here? See that? A little too much dark there in a reset. I'm gonna do this with I think some of the radiant turquoise, because it's a little bit more got a bit more of a reddish look to it. Not quite so much of the green. There we go. See that? That makes it look a little more transparent now, doesn't it? So look at Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf has collected them all the way up to Prinkles the cat. Prinkles said, yeah, see, I'm a cat, so nobody owns me. I own you. Um, yes, now get me some treats. So, yeah, that's Prinkles. That is the ultimate highest tier that you can go. And of course, Armored Wolf, the bestest moderator on Twitch. Everybody, well, now you're really gonna want to go check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page because those basing products they move ever closer to their final stages of the packaging, the labeling, and everything else. So you'll certainly want to follow Armored Wolf on Instagram because I'm sure there will probably be some really epic announcements on things like new basing products and stuff, new grass tufts, new flower tufts that are probably going to happen via Armored Wolf's Instagram. So only way you're going to be there for it all is to be sure that you're following. And there's Sarge, who's got Mr. Giggles. Why is he called Mr. Giggles? He said, oh, I'm a very fun guy. Boom. Yeah, see what I did there? Now, this is the one where where Cobalt Blue tried to make its resurgence onto the palette. There were a lot of surprises with this. Every so often, we'll break out something like the Cobalt Blue, and we will get a little bit surprised by it. It'll do some things maybe we weren't expecting or whatever. Sometimes that's not a bad thing. I try new stuff all the time. I kind of have to. But maybe even for you guys, not a bad idea sometimes to maybe give something new a try, even if it doesn't work. Even if it doesn't work, because, well, A, you'll know that it doesn't work, and B, you might find some other use for it. Maybe not what you originally thought, but some other use for it. And thank you so much, Sarge, for the bitses there. Appreciate that. And Sammy. Sammy firing back. Sammy trying to get what looks like yet another hype train underway. So thank you so much, Sammy. That is appreciated. Well, we're really going to need a mini fridge tomorrow because if we're doing another one of those 8, 9, 10-hour streams or something, we need several of these, don't we? Just to keep that going. Yeah, Bithron, yeah, But never don't mess with Pringles' treats, do you? Don't want to mess with Pringles' treats. I mean, they probably smell like fish guts anyway, something rotten. Cats really do like the smelliest, nastiest stuff, don't they? It's like if that thing smells revolting, that cat's gonna love it. That cat is gonna just go bonkers for it. Now here, this is something we got to do some a little bit of blending on. And thank you so much, Sammy. Another set of bits there, trying to push that hype train along, trying to get that thing going. So here again, using some of the blending brush. There was like 3 layers of stuff going on there. Now we've got that all now honed down into one nice concise set right there. This is the thing we had to do a little bit of cleanup aisle 7 on. There's a little too much going on here. We're going to simplify this basically. There was just way too much happening in too small of a place there. The only cat is the miniature painted up as a battle cat. Now that's actually at first I was thinking it was like a mech that sort of looked a little bit like a cat. Now here we'll one last appearance of her. He's like, I'm gonna hit this train. I'm gonna hit the. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Especially because it's coming right at you. Look at that. It's coming right towards you. Whoa! Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Hype train. So seriously, this it's just a couple of D batteries I think are in, or C. A couple of C batteries in here. This is right around bolt action scale, and I was looking for an S scale train to use. It would have been a nicer scale, a little bit closer, but it would have cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. You can actually get a set like this with the coal tender, a couple of cars, and lots of track. Well, now of course that might have changed ever since, but I was getting it on Amazon for about, geez, $20 or so, or $25 for a nice little set. So seriously, if you're looking for maybe not even just bolt action, but some other type of a game where you would really like to have a train as part of your terrain and maybe even have it moving around while you're playing. I forget what the name of it was, but it just got on Amazon. I just looked up toy trains on Amazon and that popped up. And it runs by itself. There's no electricity to hook up. All the track comes apart. So let's say you want to have something like under your Christmas tree or something. The train sit under the tree. For those of us that still maybe do those sort of things, real easy to set up, right? You put the track there. The train is battery powered. Your Christmas is done. You take it down. You put it back in the box. Boom, you're done. And who knows? Maybe the kids would love playing with it too. Yeah, Bithron. I think there was 2 different versions of this. There's sort of a passenger train version, and then there's like a box car and a flat car version. There's not a lot of variety. I'll put it that way. There's not much variety in the types of cars and such, and there's just the one engine and that same coal tender. But it was at least at the time anyway. It was only about 20 something bucks. I'm really glad I got them when I did, just given the way things are now. I'm trying to think what a jar of Soraya Smoky Black resin was maybe 8, 9 months ago. I think it was maybe $29. And I think, well, now you just won't find it for less than $35 unless it goes on sale. And at first, like, okay, that's $6 more. And then you realize, well, wait a minute. $6 out of 30, that's kind of significant there. So that is why I appreciate all the bitses and the cheers and the subs, because, well, that's a lot of that's going towards the resin for sure. Which, I mean, obviously all of these things, while Archvillain is nice and does a lot of hollowing, these bigger dudes, they still take up some resin, because I don't think this one is hollow. I think this one is this one's a solid right here. Now the walruses were hollow because it was really easy for them to hide the drill holes, right? So Sarge, I think you already said how many, gosh, was it 30 hours of printing you were looking at for that boat overall, even with the Saturn? I could be wrong. Maybe it was more, but I think you were talking about 30 hours to print out that boat. Or Das Boot. It's maybe we'll call it Das Boot. It'll be Sarge's ship. No, I might not. I don't know if I can say that. I can't even say that once fast without potentially getting into some linguistic issues there. So maybe we won't call it Sarge's ship because that could go wrong in a hurry for sure. So we're taking some of our brightest white here again because now here it's ice, right? It's all right if we have some white there. We just don't really want that, say, on your human skin tone so much because again, that'll be awful chalky looking. We'll get a little bit of that on his eyebrows. Not really sure if he's got any sort of a beard right there. So 15 for just the center sections. Now, it doesn't actually have to be hollow, does it, Sarge? I mean, it's not like it's a ship of the line or something. It's a Viking ship, so it's just basically a tub, very long extended tub. But yeah, it shouldn't really need any actual hollowing, I don't think. Look at this. Look at how this is actually set over here. This was practically liquid when I just went over there and dumped some drops of a little bit of my thinner over there. Now it's not dry, but it's definitely set. It happens fast. Where's my, there it is. There's again more of my magenta, which we'll throw over here too. Like so. So yeah, this guy over here, again, it's not even 4 hours yet. Not even 4 hours, and look at what we've already got here. So I guess if I'm going to be doing the true metallic metal stuff, I better do a double check on my homemade jars of the metal paints, just to make sure that I don't go to use those and well, especially the gold. I mean, everything else is just going to be the interference colors, so I'll just use the tubes of paint for that. Yeah, I'm gonna a little bit of the just a bit of my magenta down here onto the arms. Because what we're looking for again is that color transition from more of a like a violet magenta here out to, as you can see here, more of the indigo there on the feet and the hands. The hollow prints out in 11 hours, so more time and resin saving. Well, Sarge, no matter what, I think you'll be very excited about that. And like I say, if I can find that stupid article for you, I thought I had some screen captures from that article too. I haven't found those, but even just finding the screen caps might give you a good hint as to how he approached the stuff that was on all of the gunnels there, all along the sides of the ship, and then the bow, and the way he modified the bow. Hopefully, if I can get that new terrain area set up, maybe we'll be able to use that for things, well, maybe making our Corsair ships. Heck, I still have to paint some of my... Never actually had a chance to paint one of those Corsairs. We did some pre-glaze on them, but that was just kind of as an example of how to do pre-glaze. Never really got a chance to actually paint those guys. And I still haven't decided, do I want to do each one in his own different color or have them more unified? But I think, I don't know, it'd be more interesting if each one was in his own different just clothes instead of uniforms. I mean, they're not exactly, not like the Easterlings for sure. All right, I have to go with some of our lighter. Oh yeah, here, let me. Is this the brush I'm thinking it is? Yeah, it is. Okay. So I'm gonna get over here to some of my, again, the straight up white here, and on that little ice shard right there. Well, not so little. It's one of the bigger ones. We're gonna try and, there we go, solidify that, and then over here we need some. That's a little better. Hey Cinder, how you doing? Thanks. Well, I've got those filed. That first batch that you did, I was able to get those loaded up. I think so, all transferred. The White Wolf Tavern, pretty much all of those. I think just the big old, like those flower ones, those man-eating flowers. I probably wouldn't print those out. But the infantry, I think, could be good. Maybe not necessary for army painting series. Possible. And then I think there's a couple, like the two figures that are also featured as busts. I think those are probably the most useful of all for sure. So Cinder, I hope that you're doing well. We'll keep going with our light here. This I might have to, yeah, I'm gonna come back in with maybe, see what happens with some of our brown matter. Brown matter. It's got some of the blue in it too. But I think we need to change this up on our little skelly friend right there. It's just too bland. A little too bland. There we go. It's got some actual color to it now. It was just looking a little bland, like I said. Up here, I'm going to see if I can't get something a little bit more of an orange. What the heck? I might go Indian yellow. A little bit of the cadmium scarlet. And that seems to work right there. Ah, okay. They were definitely, let's see, they were what, the Grimoire Egyptian, that's what they were. All right, we're going to tone this down the same way like what we've done up there too. And that, we're going to lighten that up a smidge too here. Let's just take some of the turquoise, bit of the Prussian blue. We'll put some of that right here. Again, it's not about reflected light here. It's about trying to make those translucent where the light's actually passing through them, and that's a bit. Glad that you're doing well there, Cinder. Yeah, there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of activity going on there. Yeah, I'm glad that there hasn't been a whole lot to shovel, because that was certainly looking like it. But then again, when our forecasts ever even close to being right? Like we say all the time, right? You're just better off looking out the window. You'll get a much more accurate forecast that way. This is another thing here, right along, this right above our little skelly friend there. I'm going to try and lighten it up a touch here with that's the radiant turquoise. See that? Now it looks like, again, light might be passing through that, almost more like a gemstone. Hey, speaking of Grim, we've got ourselves a Grim in the house. Grim, how the heck are you doing? Everybody needs to go follow Grim because, well, not just on Twitch, but also check out Grim's YouTube channel because he's got a ton of really helpful tutorials there. So Grim, looking forward to tomorrow. Well, I mean, in addition to all the painting and stuff, it says it's on time for tomorrow. It says that's still on time. The Shiva paints there. So can't wait to get those. Tonight I'm gonna try and prep a couple of Dark Sword figures to use with those. So again, everybody go check out sorry, not Great Grimoire. Check out Grim. Stila was in here, and obviously she was talking about mixing her paint colors and such. And sorry, here's hoping that you have a lot of success mixing yours too, or creating your paint colors. There's another one. See, look at this. Somehow, all this time, it just avoided getting that little bit of lighter color there again, so that when the light comes down this way, it looks like it's actually passing through it. Much better. And Grim, of course, I think from now on I will be getting everything direct from, well, at least the resin direct from Soraya, because all of a sudden, like in 38 hours, my resin shows up, which Amazon lost, but guess who delivered the new batch? That was Amazon. I found that quite hilarious and mystifying at the same time. So it's going to be a little while before that experiment happens. So Stila is going to, well, I guess you can always, Stila tries that, and whatever she learns, you could find out, and then you could expand on that. So who knows? Maybe we'll really end up with some fantastic Grim colors. I'm going to let a little bit of the blue get down into there, and maybe a bit over here too. We don't want to lose sight of all of the violets that are in there. Again, courtesy of the Egyptian violet. Speaking of Egyptian violet, let's take a little bit of that mixed with the radiant violet, and we'll just throw a couple of extra little lights there on his skin. Might lighten that a little bit more too. And then this got awful dark right here. That's a little too dark. We'll lighten that up. Same thing down in here. Blending brush. Because that was too hard of an edge there. Bina, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, Grim, it's getting, I don't know if the whole situation up at the northern border is starting to play into things at this point, on top of everything else. I was even starting to wonder about the Soraya stuff. Should I really just order a bunch of it right now before things get even worse? I'm kind of tempted to. I have to say. All right, Sarge, thank you so much for all the bitses and the and such. Really appreciate that. And well, hopefully the stream is going to be long enough tomorrow that you'll be able to, well, maybe even, like I say, catch it a break at work, and then maybe even when you finally get back to the house. So you have yourself a good one. There we go. Now we finally got some of the lighter edges on that we were looking to do. Boy, these horns are really different than some of the other ones. It's nice that they did this, right? Because it kind of gives each one of them a much more unique personality. I mean, yeah, they're both trolls, but beard and horns are very different on these two guys. And again, this is what we painted last Friday. You can always go back and watch the older streams. They are saved as highlights. Sort of like a YouTube channel. I have no control over playlists or anything like that. They're in, yeah, they're in chronological order, but they're there. What you can just do is look at the thumbnails, and that will tell you what the particular episode was all about, and you just go from there. Oh, a desaturated purple, green belly, and a green and the yellow stripes. So Bina just getting up with the sunrise. Here it's quite the opposite. We are basically going to bed when the sun rises, which is not really not quite as nifty as that might sound. It's just kind of how things go, but yeah, getting to sleep when the sun is rising means that all your rooms are pretty much set up. They look like nighttime all the time. So you just can't tell. So look at that. See all that warm color on that side versus all the cool colors on that side? And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. We are going to be posting, let's see, what's tomorrow? Yeah, so tomorrow, I guess that would be, no, Sunday. Well, tomorrow is going to be Sunday because, no, it's still not, never mind. So on Saturday, I guess we will be posting The Last Mato Rider. Sounds like a Western, but it's actually these guys right here. So these are the Mato Riders. There they are. So I painted 3 of those on stream. I did a 4th one as a Patreon video with a very different color schemes, kind of a wild color scheme like JP's there. So JP, I hope that worked out the way you wanted it to. When you're doing dinosaurs, the crazy color schemes can be very fun, for sure. Now, this never really did get its warmer brown, so let's hit this. I might actually just take the Radiant Magenta, make that a little lighter. We got some of that's a bit of our Brilliant Yellow Pale right there. Nice little change. I'm glad that that's going good, JP. I know sometimes you try a little different color scheme, and sometimes it can be a little difficult. Now I've got some of the white. We'll mix that with some of the radiant green, and we'll pop this into the eyes here, if we can. Just looking to do a little bit of this lighter green here, and then there might be some other areas too. But let's see if I can do that on his eyes here. There's a lot of stuff in the way. Let's see if we can do this here. That helped. That helped a lot. Let's see if we can do this on the other one. This is relatively thick, I have to say, because if it's too thin and it turns into a pinline wash, well, that ain't gonna be good for anybody. It's not gonna work out well. Let's go with some of the indigo and some of the Egyptian violet here. Once again, to sharpen up any lines here on the face, maybe even on the horns too, potentially. Now, where's that lighter green again? We'll throw that in a couple places. I don't know, maybe on the armor. Maybe even on the lighter sides of some of our ice shards here. Something like that. Oh, over here too. Right over there. Sometimes you can stipple that onto it. You don't necessarily have to be brushing it on. I do that a lot with the freehand designs. So here we actually are stippling that on. Look at how that covers very easily. So sometimes a stippling brushstroke as opposed to that usual type of brushstroke you might use. Now, we talked about those little, where's our other guy here? See those little lines on some of the larger facets? We're going to try and do some of those little angled lines here. Yeah, JP, I mean, just to follow it all the way through. It's sort of like a control experiment, right? If you stop the experiment halfway through, I mean, unless it's something where you can really tell like this is not going to work, sometimes letting the experiment play out is better. Can always paint over it or whatever. This is another one of those larger face facets here that I want to, there's a little too much on that brush. Boom, see what we did there? And it's not a very, can I actually get close around him? I think I'm as close as, yeah, I'm as close as I can get. But just a couple little lines there on that one facet, and it, again, the paint's got to be thinned down, but it cannot be too thin. If it's too thin, it'll just be a pin line wash, just going to go all over the place. That type of balance, that type of control, that's just something that happens as you get experience with the oils and just kind of learn how to use them. And it won't happen right away. Maybe some folks it happens a little faster than it does for others, but just don't be too hard on yourself. I know we really do want instant success all the time, but it won't always work out that way. So that'll be the last of the trolls here. We have now some polar bears. It's from the same set here. It might be some of the polar bears, or it could be some of the Quetzal riders, or one of the, I think it could be like the man cutter or something. Might be some of the lizard men. We might head back to Lustria and do some of those. I also might print up, because there's, see the dire bats there? There's 4 poses of those. I want to try and print up some more of those guys too, because I only ever got a chance to do that one in the army painting series, and it would be very fun to do some more of those. I think those were some of my favorites from that particular release. Now I also might be painting, what the heck were they called? Oh, frameworks, that's right. So the folks at WizKids, remember that one almost bones material figure that I did months ago? Well, they sent the frameworks that, like the regular plastic ones that you would just assemble. So you might be seeing some of those on stream as well. So don't be surprised. And of course, we've done this on all of these crazy trolls. Right here's again the one that we did last night. So this is our Thursday Friday combo, and of course this was the guy we painted last Friday. And thank you so much, Okavo. I appreciate that. Oh boy, there's not much left. Not much left, but thank you so much. Ooh, there's a couple of drops left. Thanks again, Okavo. I appreciate that. Oh, looky here, looky here. We kind of missed a little bit right there. Boom, no problem. Not an issue. I'm just seeing what I want to do here on this chain. Do we really want to lighten it up all that much? Not really. Ice shards. Here, I might throw a couple little lines onto that. These are always some of the most tricksy ones here. These ones that are on the back of his leg. We'll see what we can do with that. All right, thanks, Cinder. Thank you so much. I think there could be some really fun lessons there. Really fun lessons to be had. Do I need to darken that down? Oh, I'm real tempted to add that dark there, but I'm not going to do that. I do see an area here, a couple of spots here, where I will take the Perline black, the Prussian blue, we'll mix them together. Right here, see on the end of that, that just is too much of a mid-tone. We need a strong dark. On the end of that, boom, makes a big difference. It makes it much more pointy, doesn't it? For sure does. Here, a little bit more of the Prussian blue getting into that. there, some there, and then some right there. So much appreciated. Let's not stick our finger on our little icicles there. Again, a couple of darks to clean some things up here, sharpen some edges. Same here. We're mostly, I think we're pretty good there too. That probably needs some. This is again the Perlene Black, which is a really dark green, and some of the Prussian Blue together. And this is how we did the ice on the Troll King. You can go back and watch him. I don't know, was it 3 weeks ago we painted him? That was probably one of, maybe 3 Saturdays ago or something like that, 4 Saturdays ago. That was really fun to paint. And maybe it was only 3 Saturdays ago. I'll have to go back and look. So Bina, boy, if we start doing the Quetzal Riders, there's going to be some crazy colors on those guys. So who knows? You might just see some Quetzal Riders next week. Maybe I'll do the polar bears as just regular videos or something like that. But the polar bears would be part of this sort of kind of more of a commission type of a thing. And I think those would go on 50 millimeter bases. The reason I was thinking of doing them as tutorial type vids is people they're always asking about white, and I think it would be interesting for them to see those big old bears all painted up as white, but not with white, right? Ola, Peace Talker, thank you so much for joining us. So 7 a.m. there. It is now just turned midnight here. It has just turned midnight here. So it is now a happy Saturday, except for Cinder and Armored Wolf, where it is not yet Saturday. All right, JP, you have a good one, and really do hope that your dyno has worked out the way that you wanted. That would be fantastic. Post pics in the Discord thing too, so that other people can check that out. I'm going to add a little bit of this darker greener to the horizon line on this little plate right there. Same thing, right? Our horizon line right there that we needed to have some strong lights and darks in opposition to each other. That's what makes it look like metal. Now, of course, it's going to be a whole different deal tomorrow when we do these with the true metallic metals. I think that might not be a bad idea. And I think it would be fun also, too. We're going to maybe go with this type of at least this type of a color here, that combination of the cooler violets and then the warmer burgundy type colors for our elves is there. Could be very fun. So again, Peacemaker, thank you so much for joining us here. Now, it's most definitely Saturday there in Australia. Well, for Stila, it's already like Tuesday. We know that because it's Stila, right?
Little hobbits, spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Egravar. I appreciate that. He says, so dude, man, get the hammer, bust up that bridge. I'm telling you, there's a Balrog coming. He's like, oh yeah, that's right. Kurzlook Miniatures has a Balrog. No, it's like, who's Kurzlook? What do you mean? It's right over there. So thanks so much for that. Now, well, Peacemaker, I hope that they're really helpful and make the miniature painting, if not easier, maybe a little more fun. Because gee whiz, miniature painting really should be fun, right? It shouldn't be something that's difficult. Well, I mean, it can be challenging. There's difference between challenging and just tiresome. We definitely don't want it to be tiresome. We want people to have fun with it so that they'll want to do more and more of it. That's another thing that we neater. See, we just tightened up that edge. It's the same thing we've been doing up here. That was a little bit of the Egyptian violet slash Van Dyke brown that went in there to get that much darker brown that we used. Well, Peace Talker, glad that you've been able to do some binging on the YouTube vids. I will try to have another one, if I can maybe film one on Sunday. It could be another basing video. Because I've got a couple of fell beasts that I wanted to do some basing on. Those would be from the Printing Goes Ever On. Look at that. See what those darks do? That really makes those ice shards look like shards. Well, Sammy, I hope that it works out good for you, saves you some time, and you might be able to find a few new things as you do that. You know, you find a couple of new tricks maybe that you can use. I mean, let me see if I can get this Jeeves and Birdie down here. So you think this guy is big? Yeah, elevator going up. This was all painted with the oils, about a 9.5 hour stream maybe. So I mean, seriously, that's how big this guy was. This is all painted with the oils. You can see we've got cooler greens, warmer greens. Look, there's even magentas in the green. Cooler greens here, almost like a warm grayish green. Then here we've got a lot of indigo over there, but there's still some magentas in there. Look at that, it's a brilliant yellow, pale, and indigo combined to make that very interesting gray color. Let's see. Oh, thanks for doing the clip there, Bithron. Bina, that's something that we have tried to work out for years. It's just too difficult with all of the streaming, filming, uploading schedule, because I also have to do that around Kathy's stream schedule too. And boy, it's something that we've actually almost tried to arrange since the beginning. But between the change in platforms, yeah, we were originally going to do that via, what was that? Google Hangouts. Yeah, that was the original plan. RIP Google Hangouts, of course. But the scheduling of it, unfortunately, is too difficult, because even as it is, doing the 7 days a week thing, it is really, really difficult to get all of the videos filmed and uploaded and all that sort of stuff. But it's definitely something we've really tried to work in. It's been tried to think of my way around it many times. It's just unfortunately a bit of a scheduling nightmare. And I just thought to be fair to the people that would want to be in on that level there. That's kind of, well, that's sort of, I guess, why I do this a little bit, because then people can sort of see it live and ask questions. And even then, it was, well, what would as far as, well, geez, how much would something like that be? And didn't want it to be too excessive or anything like that. Okay, yeah, there's some more. So yeah, oh my gosh, 4 years tried to work that out, and that was even before all the Twitch stuff. But pretty much, if I'm not streaming, I'm filming, and if I'm not doing either of those things, I'm either printing something. I mean, you know how it is, right? You're attending that printer. Those printers are pretty demanding, aren't they? They definitely demand your attention, do they not? So I think now we can do a little film noir here. We don't even need some of our other guys as a comparison, but watch what happens. Which side do we want? Let's put it on this side. So a couple of things are going to happen when we do the film noir. You're going to see all the values kind of compress here. Well, at least the contrast as you think it might be. You see, there's light and dark there, but maybe not as much as you might think. A lot of the contrast is coming from the greenish turquoise here, magenta violet over here, and then some of those more neutral indigo type blues over here. So let's bring this up. There, right? Now, Book of Wappel. Let's talk about some reflections in our metal here. So we'll a couple of more recent chapters here, and that would be things like this. Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. You can bet that all of those kind of greenish reflections, that's because of the snow. It's because of his skin tone. It's reflecting all of those things. And look at this. Color intensity and temperature contrast. There's even more of that going on here than light versus dark. Seriously, a lot of those, that whole getting in the magenta next to a phthalo green, same thing. And then, well, look at this contrast, more than just light versus dark. Now, some of the, yeah, I think let's go back to maybe some of these in the 20s here. Some of these in the 20s. Well, here you go. Look at this. You want to try that big guy because if you never try anything, you'll never succeed. You won't fail, but you also won't succeed. And we said this a billion times during the broadcast here. Less is more and more is way too much. If you think you have almost no paint on the brush, take some more off of the brush. And we talked about this earlier too. Caress the brush, do not crush it. And we'll just kind of show what that means. So instead of having this death grip on the brush, look, I can't even reach the miniature. How's about this? My hand's way back here. My hand's resting on this hand. You don't see that brush shaking around, do you? Don't see it moving around. So I've been painting with just these two fingers, even with just those two fingers there. So lighter grip on the brush is really going to be helpful. Just to get the paint to stick there, you'd be surprised at how helpful that is. Getting that paint to stick, or instead of being basically ripped off the miniature, very ingloriously ripped away from the miniature. Yeah, that means you're going to want to have a very light grip on that brush, especially when you're doing your dry brush things. Really light grip on that brush. Now here again, light grip on the brush. Look, man, no thumbs. No thumb. And here, let's get a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale here onto this skelly friend, just to separate him from that ice shard a little bit more. I don't know. I'm gonna lighten up the horns. Boy, that really does. That was a long way I could actually lighten these horns up. Didn't expect that much of a difference. Well, this is one of the advantages of the oils, is that it's really easy to get some nice rich darks, which means that your lights will automatically have that much more impact. So you don't, we talked about it earlier, don't always have to jump right directly to the highlights. Just kind of keep those in your back pocket. We might even have to do a Book of Wappel, a little saying there about just kind of keep those lighter colors, keep that lightest light in your back pocket. Keep that arrow until you really, really, really need it. Don't use that one right away. Again, even on his club, we can get lighter colors in a few places, but most of the work here done by the middle tones and some really nice darks over here. Try and get a little stone texture on this, maybe. Again, using the brilliant yellow pale here. A little bit more on the, well, there's another little skelly friend here underneath that rock. There's actually, believe it or not, there's some runes that are carved into the side of this log right here. I might get back into, where's my green over here? That is the radiant green right here. It follows the same reflected light color we've been doing there, but now a little more lights. So Bina, how is, hopefully you've been having some good fortune with your printing there. I know that I've already jinxed several people apparently this week by wishing them good luck on their printing, and it's all kind of going haywire. Hopefully that has not been the case for you, and everything has gone really well with your printing. I'm going to take a bit lighter color here to the fingers there. Good enough. I don't want to lighten that up too much more. So here's that same green that we'll maybe try and use that right down here. We've got these other rivets on that side, or yeah, we'll just call those rivets. I just want to bring a little bit more, again, the reflected light of the snow. So Dano doing a little bit of a shopping run, it sounds like. So yeah, I will be doing a little double check on what all my different metallic oils look like. And we'll do something a bit like this here. Now we're not going to be doing the blues, so imagine all the burgundy where the blue cloak is, but I think we'll try and do some true metallic metal golds tomorrow. Again, I didn't realize how long it's been since the last time we tried doing that. I swear that could have been October, November, something like that maybe, was the last time. So yeah, well, I think maybe it's time to get back into a little bit of the true metallic metals. People have not seen that in a while. And I think one of the reasons the whole true metallic metals with the gold started is because someone said, oh, you can't do that in oils. You can't do metallics in oils. You certainly can't do true metallic metals in oils. To which we said, oh, really? Really? That just sounds like a challenge. Now, Bina, I'm glad that that's been going well for you. I was actually able to get somehow, all I did was just mix up the resin, but apparently as rigorously as I thought I had mixed that resin, it wasn't rigorous enough. And I guess now that resin works. It was all very strange. Let's see. We paint the metal on the club between his hands. So there's a little bit of metal right there. We are going to try just to do a little bit of a kind of an indigo gray. So that's a little bit of indigo blue there. Obviously, it's all in shadow, right? So we have to be pretty mellow about that. Now we're actually going to take some of the brilliant yellow pale. It's a combo that I really, really like to do. That's the brilliant yellow pale and the indigo. What is a suggestion of just a little bit of color there, a little bit of lights? Just like here, right? We didn't do as much as we did out here as far as the horizon line goes, but we did give a little indication of some lights there. Now there's also like the little horns or whatever that are here and a couple of the ropes. We'll just hit a couple of little lights on those. This is the nifty thing about the oils, right? I call it blind blending, where I can pretty much just shove the brush down in there and it's going to blend with something. It's just going to blend with something that's back there. Don't know exactly what, but it'll blend with something. I might throw a couple of more, like right here. See, we got those two lines converging there. Well, that's not going to work. Not going to work when I change that around. Might still just use this again as a micro blending. Well, we had that blended pretty well, but we're going to do a little bit more here. So there, because we just basically two lines there. That wasn't looking super nifty at all. That's also going to get a little bit more of our lighter green, just because. This is that same lighter green again. Right along these edges, and maybe even some of our lighter white here. Maybe some of that too. Now, in our last Saturday challenge, of course, we did all of those Khazad-dûm dwarves with all the object source lighting and everything else. That was really fun. We did, I think it was 9 of those in basically 10 hours. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking to do tomorrow. Now, a little bit different flavor, though. We have the Elves', and it would be more true metallic. Probably some freehand, and again, this is that we're looking to do that sort of burgundy and then that sort of cooler violet if possible. Now, of course, I don't want it to look too much like our Harad army either. So we'll have to make sure there's a bit more red in that. Because our Harad guys, that had lots of the magentas and everything else. And a lot of the purple. And we don't want to just superimpose the Harad color scheme then on some elves. Do I need to lighten up the toes a little more? Maybe right there along the end of that one. This one, I think we pretty much already did this one. In fact, I might go in there and just take away a little bit of that highlight right there. Blending brush again right here, because that's a too much of a solid color right here. Let's take some of that away. There we go. See, again, all the pre-glaze that's there, the color's already there, just waiting for me to blend this with it instead of doing a whole bunch of layers. All right, I didn't have to layer. It would take a while to get all kinds of layers here and all the little nooks and crannies on his toe. Or I could just throw that lighter color on there, take this blending brush, push that paint around, and then be done with it. That is much faster. Again, some of our lighter greens right there. Looking at this, might also need to create another shard or another facet to that shard here. That's going to be with our Prussian blue, a little bit of the dark green. That's going to happen here. Okay, look at my hand is closer to the end of the brush than the front of the brush. That's why I can get here. And my hand is fully resting on a bunch of different things. It's resting on both of my arms are resting on one of those little kind of padded things that you use for your wrists when you're doing keyboard stuff, right? It's about 20 some odd inches long. Then my one hand is resting on this hand. So this, again, that arm is stationary because it's sitting on a pad. This arm, my hand is right on top of that other hand. So nice and steady, right? Nice and steady, no shaking, nothing like that. My arms aren't going to get tired so quickly either because they're not just floating in the air. I have no idea how people can paint miniatures that way. Now, I also have a series of exercises that I do. I mean, again, we've only been doing this not quite 5 hours, but there are times where I'm doing this for 10, 12, 18 hours. And you definitely want to do some kind of a stretching type of exercise at least after that. And that's what we'll be doing once we're done here is some of that exercising. Oh, the boy, Ibanez and Iban, I painted one Dark Sword Metal Dragon. Now, does your Metal Dragon have not only the wings in metal, but the wings are also in multiple pieces in metal, and the body is really skinny, and the legs, there's only 3 legs, and those legs are really tiny and very spindly. Yes, that was the one larger Dark Sword Dragon that I had to do. So Kelt, that is the original. That was the first one, basically our color test figure. I didn't really realize I'd be doing all the other trolls, but there's the Troll King. That's a 6-inch plaque. So that's a wooden plaque that's 6 inches. You can go back and watch him. I think we did him either 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I have a feeling he was done 3 weeks ago. So you can go back and watch him. By comparison, these are on 60 millimeter bases. So this base is about maybe 2.5 inches across, 2 5/8 inches across, something like that. So that was a large dude right there. And hopefully, Kilt, everything's going good for you. And again, you can always go back and check out the older sessions. We save them all as highlights. You can look at the thumbnails. If they gave us the control, right, of actually being able to make a playlist and stuff, like a YouTube channel, I would do that, but Twitch does not do that. Here's another example. I need to get that darker greenish blue there out towards the end. Now it looks get more like an ice shard. This is another example. We're going to take this. We'll take our blending brush here. So these are all 3D prints. These are all from Archvillain. There's, oh, is it Tome of Demons, maybe, that there's some Nurgly critters? Archvillain, I mean. Oh gosh, that might have been last summer, their Tome of Demons. I am actually printing out from that particular release, printing out some of the, basically the Dragon Ogres, because I really liked those. Some of the bigger demons and stuff, well, I think I'm just better off waiting for the large format printer on those, but at least the Dragon Ogres, I think they're a little bit bigger than the Macho Riders were. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger than the Macho Riders. Now, I did get a little bit more of the purple here. That's almost more of the straight-up Egyptian violet. Here's another. Again, there's not much really to see there. I know it's hard to actually see what the heck I'm doing, but I just got to get some paint down here. Some indigo here. Something like that. Maybe darken that down a little more with some more indigo there. All right, that helped. It was just I looked over there. It's like, well, the nature of this beast, it's a little hard to get the brush into some places, right? Well, Kelt, I'm hoping you get yourself a really nice print. It all works out exactly right. No weird things. And now, is that one of the Archvillain figs? There's so many different entities out there. I might just try a little bit of rust here. Try a little bit of rust. We're gonna get our Terra Rosa out here. Some little touch of the brown matter maybe. We use the Terra Rosa as rust all the time. Maybe a little bit more of the thinner into that. Yeah, something like that. I don't want to lose all of the bluish metal type colors there here. No, not back there. I was going to do some on that metal way in the back there, but I think we'll let that go. So yeah, Archvillain has, well, they've got some, obviously some chaos type demons. Now maybe in some of their previous more demon type releases, they've done more Slaaneshi stuff or more Tzeentches type stuff. It seemed like that particular release was more focused on Cornish hens and Nurgle stuff. I mean, unless I'd have to go back and look at that release, but I don't think there was too much in the way of our favorite, of course, Tzeentch. We all love our Tzeentch, because Tzeentch is always keeping its eye on you. It's always looking out for you all the time. So there you go. There's your power of Tzeentch. So Grim knows the kiss of death is for me to wish anybody luck with their printing. That is pretty much instantaneous death of a printer right there. Yeah, Grim, it's not just the printing itself, it's also the printer. Who would have thought we could also actually literally hex the printer itself, not just the print that it's doing? But somehow we seem to have that very unique ability of being able to not only crush that particular print, but even the machine itself. Now, Grim, you might have missed some of the conversation about the various ceremonies and just quite how superstitious printers are versus any other entity. Yeah, we were talking about some of the various type of ceremonies and sacrifices, and of course the printers are elder gods. Yes, because we actually have no control over them. We actually have to worship them. I'm pretty sure that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I'm going to throw a little bit of the brown matter into this because it needs a little something more. There was too much of a light vibe there, and it also changes that color a bit. See, a little bit of a reddish brown in there. Dano has returned. So yeah, there has been some really gigantic metal figures that I've had to put together. Reaper miniatures also, all of their old dragons. I think the one that I remember was a Velocirax or something like that. That was an all metal dragon, and he was huge. And I believe we actually used coat hangers as pins. That's how big that was. We were using coat hangers as pins. So the darker that gets, the more his ear starts to show up a little bit. Peace Digger, yep. Actually, so Grim, if you want to post your YouTube link there again for some of those more starting type videos for people just getting into the oils, they're a very helpful resource. You want to go check those out. Of course, Grim also does the streaming thing, so you want to check that out too. And I had to paint that one. Yes, I remember that. I remembered that was well, a lot of heavy pins and a lot of glue, green stuff, glue type stuff to fill in gaps. So I remember that big old metal giant. I think I might have had to paint him twice. As insane as that sounds. I'm seeing here there's another area that's like, well, let's tighten that up. We never actually did this right here. Again, I'm only got 2 fingers on that brush because that's the only way I can hold it and still get that darn brush down in there. All right, we got our white in there now. Now I'm going to maybe take the radiant turquoise, a Prussian blue. Got that. Ooh, spin them around this way. We never did this light right here. That really helps a bunch. We'll lighten this up a smidge more down there. I just don't want two parallel lines next to each other. Speaking of which, we're going to do a couple of these little slice marks. And I don't even have paint on the brush. I just took the white that's here and just kind of yanked it across. Here, we'll do it again. Bam, right? And just going to take some of the white that's here and just pull that across the surface. All I needed to do. That's it. We'll lighten this up a bit more. On his arm, I guess. It's also a bit more of a neutral blue here. Because remember, we want the out here towards the end of his arms, more of a blue, less of the violet and the magenta. His pose is a little bit different than the other guys, so everything kind of compressed together. Also, what's happening here? Let's do a little bit more of our lighter, sort of violet blue. There, maybe we'll get a couple of lights here. Not too much white, just the light would be hitting that. It's not really in shadow, not like the stuff here on his chest or whatever. I think we've pretty much got the fingers good to go here. Again, I don't want to lighten those up too much. I might come back into this with some darks here. Let's see what we can do with some Van Dyke brown, maybe even a bit of the black spinel. It's not quite going to be a dry brush. I don't want this to be like the ice shards here with that translucent look, right? But I do need a couple of more darks. I can just kind of see it here. It's looking a little
Hello,
little
little
flat there.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Now, 8-Bits a Bite, how you doing? Nice to see ya. And he's like, so could you just bust that bridge there? It's like, I'm not quite so sure I should be doing that for you, because what if that Balrog gets mad at me and he's got a whip, man? All I got is this hammer, and it's too heavy. I mean, look, I can't even lift up this hammer. He's like, you're a big old troll. Why can't you lift that hammer? So thank you so much for that follow. Gandalf, usually he's not quite interacting with our guests like this, right? It's a very unusual interaction for Gandalf to just kind of let somebody else do the fighting for him. But I guess when you have your arms get torn off by a Balrog, maybe that changes your attitude a little bit. Thank 8-Bits a Bite. I really appreciate that. This is troll number 4. This was troll number 3. We painted this one last night. Here's number 4. And this is one that we painted last Friday here. And these have all been about 4 to 4.5 hours on average or so, each one. And I think we're just about at the 5-hour mark here now on this guy. And that means start to finish. That means that 5 hours ago, this guy was nothing but primer. And in the last 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds, we've done all of this. He was just basically gray primer at that point. And he looks a little bit different now, doesn't he? Thanks, Bitron. Thank you so much for doing the clips. Tone that one highlight down there. I got a little bit too light. I didn't need that quite that light there. Now a piece taker again. Hopefully all of the different videos that you're watching just can throw some ideas out there, and something might click for you. Maybe some combination of things will click for you. And it could just be maybe also too the right miniature, right? All of a sudden that right miniature, you do it, And you say, oh, okay, that's what I really wanted to be doing here. And sometimes they just got to wait for that particular miniature to come along. Could be just a certain maybe paint color or a paint type that you use, and you say, oh, now I see what I really want to be doing. I know for me, experimenting with all the different types of paint, even things that maybe originally I didn't think I was ever going to use, that has changed my mindset. That, you know what, actually, maybe I do need to think about using that. So, but I'm really glad now we incorporated that brown matter in there. That was, again, almost like a dark dry brush over the top of lighter color. So yeah, with the oils, you don't have to think of it as just always light over dark. I remember with the pastels, being told the same thing. They could only do light over dark with pastels. And I discovered you actually can do it the other way around. And that really made a big difference with the pastels. So sometimes thinking outside the box, very helpful. Here's another situation where I've got to come back in here with some of my lightest white and that edge right there. Let's do it. We got our lightest light here. Poof. There it is. Red Smurf, how are you doing? Now, Red Smurf, we've been having some fun with this guy and looking forward to tomorrow's stream where we're gonna try and do another one of those Saturday challenges. I think it's 10 different elves. I've got 5 cav and 5 infantry, I think, and we'll be getting back into some true metallic metals. And that'll be these guys right here. And I think we're going to try and go with a very deep sort of reddish burgundy type color and with the cloaks and see if we can reflect that on our golds. So that should be a really fun challenge there. So hopefully you're doing good there, Red Smurf, as I just realized, oh look, another area right there where I need to get my latest lights. Maybe even on Mr. Skelly friend right there. Something like that. Yeah. Now, thanks, Red Smurf. It was a very simple pre-glaze, just mostly Egyptian violet in here, indigo out on the extremity, like his hands and his feet, and then here was sort of a Prussian blue slash perline black, that really dark green combo. And then, of course, we'll wiped away with our makeup sponges, as always. Come back in with some lighter tones. And then here it came in with a lot of darks there to sharpen up all of those ice shards. And we'll be using the Green Stuff World metallic powder paints that we created. But also, I think I'm going to be using for sure the interference colors because we're going to need to get all of those burgundies reflected onto our golds. And that's where we'll take things like the interference red, maybe mix that with Egyptian violet or fanchon red or something like that. And those should be some really interesting reflections because you have to do that sort of stuff. If you want it to look like metal, doesn't matter if it's painted with metallics or non-metallics, you gotta get those reflections. Wicked Mini, he didn't, oh, that's right, yes, he was telling, I think he told us here that he had just been trying that. I think because he rated, right? Wicked Mini rated and told us that they were doing that. Now, doji, of course, if you eat basically basically an adequate amount of chocolate-covered raisins, you would also be able to release the inner Wappel because that's yeah. So just take some chocolate-covered raisins. That's all you need right there. You'll unleash something, that's for sure. We're gonna take some of our lighter weight down there, breaking that up into again some smaller shapes. Yeah, Red Smurf. Wow, we've done so many of these elves already. We've done a ton of the, well, sort of Rivendell style elves like this already with the gold non or true metallics. Figured we would do the same on this guy right here. But I'm glad that he had fun with it. We also used it on our Gondor guys, right? So that is actually Sky Earth true metallic metal. And of course, where's our horsey? This is also metallic colors right here. And thank you so much, Red Spur, for that gift sub. Thank you so much. Oh boy, we've got one little drop left of medicine there. Just one tiny drop of medicine left to sustain us. And thank you so much again for the gift sub. Let me see if I can lighten up the snow here. Do I need to go thicker or thinner? Looks like the thickest work because the last application that we did there, remember, was very, very thin. Oh, thanks, Red Smurf. Yeah, Doshi, well, yeah, the chocolate covered, well, dates just might work. Yeah, I think those will work. It just depends on the explosive nature, I guess, of those dates. We already know what the explosive nature of the chocolate covered raisins are. That's what you call part of your weaponized food groups. Let's get some darks over in here. Let's do that. We'll just use this brush right here. We'll get some of our Van Dyke brown in there. I just was looking at that. I think I wasn't quite sure. I want to go a little patch of snow down there or not. And again, this is not the usual way that I would want to do my snow. We had to kind of do an alternate method here again, just to meet the needs of the person who is buying this. So we had to match their army. And all of the basing that I had done years and years ago, long before there was such a thing as the crushed glass. Yeah, Peace Taker. Now, well, we certainly will be doing more of the Artisan Guild figs we have. Oh, there they are. So this is one of our army painting series. That was not the Sylvan Elves. I forget which elves these are from Artisan Guild, but we'll be certainly doing some more series with them. Well, Peace Taker, or Peace Talker, sorry, that is fine because, well, as I think I told you, after four years of studying the French very intently, I could write it, I could even read it, but I couldn't speak it, and if someone spoke it to me, I could not understand it. It was just the way that went. Couldn't figure it out. Clearly, there's some sort of a blackout space in that tiny brain here. I'll darken that down a smidge. Do I need to soften this up? Yeah, this is, we don't need to change the colors. There's just a whole bunch of brush strokes happening there. I'm going to see if I can use this micro blending brush just to scale back some of the brush strokes there. And that seems to be working. Seems to be doing the trick. This is also too hard of an edge up there. That really helps. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it will make a significant difference. Especially once the paint is dry. Then you almost kind of see that even a little bit more. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to that Patreon page. Again, tomorrow we will be posting the next video to the Patreon page. And we have started since the Army Painting Series 30. We'll actually be uploading that video just to YouTube tonight so that we can have that ready to go. And that will be Sky, Earth, Non-Metallic Metal in oils. Basically, Empire Knights. Only 3D printed. Now you can see we got a little bit of our violet over there. Why? Because as you're looking at it this way, well, you see all this violet up here. Color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? We don't want to orphan colors anywhere. Don't want color orphans. We'll try to lighten up a few areas on the stone. I don't want to do too much because, again, the lighter the stone gets, the darker our snow is going to look. It may not be darker, but it will look darker. Your eye is always constantly comparing things all the time. It'll say, well, this versus this, okay. And it's just kind of interpreting all that data that it sees. And if you feed it some weird data, it's going to spit out some weird responses. So, yeah, we do appreciate all the folks that support the Patreon page. That is what keeps the lights on. That's what makes our food happen. Things like electricity, which are also very helpful for streaming. You know, hamsters and hamster wheels, if you have enough of those, potentially you could stream, I guess, with that. You would need a lot of them to also power the lights and the router. So there'll be a lot of stuff to power with those wee little hamsters. But I guess they could maybe get that work done. So we did have some paint back there, looks like. Again, that's mostly our Egyptian violet. That's in shadow, but I still need to get a little bit of the, there we go. That was just too much of the dark Egyptian violet down there. It's too much of it. And take a little bit away. Now we've been doing this for over 5 hours, and we've got potentially a 9-10 hour stream to do tomorrow with these guys. So we are going to be looking for a raiding partner here. And let's see who we've got out here. Now, actually, we've got Joya painting minis too. Well, he's painting right now. I just want to make sure who's actually painting. JT Start looks like he's potentially playing a game there. So I think we're going to head over that way. So again, this is here's our troll from last night. Here's our troll from tonight. Again, 5 hours, 15 minutes, start to finish. Not too shabby, I don't think. Not too shabby. And I do want to say, oh, hey, right, Ken Wife, thank you so much. And hopefully we see it tomorrow, too. And I want to thank everybody for all the subs and the bits and the cheers, because those are super, super helpful. That's very helpful. We're getting resin for printing more of these. Fantastic prints from Archvillain Games. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing the moderation. All things in moderation, Armored Wolf style. So here, let's go over here. We'll just head over Joya Painting Minis way. And Bina, thank you so much. And Kelt, I appreciate that too. You stream tomorrow night? Well, right, Ken Wife, it's going to be about, now unless Twitch says otherwise, about an 8 to 10 hour stream. So we might be streaming around you. We might just be streaming around you. So here, we'll get our raid countdown started now for Joya Painting Minis. And this is very fun. I really had a blast doing this. It's kind of a different figure for me. Never really tried something quite like this before. Always got to try new stuff, don't you? So thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you all tomorrow.